Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi.
Pagi, Pak.
Pagi,
Pagi.
Pak.
Dengar kan? Dengar ya suaranya ya, tes ya.
Dengar,
Pak, dengar,
dengar,
Pak.
Pak.
Oh, baik-baik. Jelas ya? Satu, dua, tiga. Oke, makasih.
bisa nanti kalau musim hujan ini pokoknya
Environmental Resource Management, serta Post-Harvest dan Fish Processing,
berkontribusi menghasilkan lulusan profesional yang excellent with morality, alumni yang berkarakter, serta siap berkolaborasi bersama mitra nasional dan internasional.
Menghasilkan 4 profil lulusan unggulan, yaitu menjadi manajer yang memiliki kemampuan menjadi seorang community
Attention please, to all participants, our event will start at 9 a.m.
Fakultas Perikanan dan Kelautan Universitas Airlangga sebagai bagian World Class University dilengkapi sarana-prasarana yang mendukung pembelajaran ilmu perikanan dan kelautan terbaik.
Melalui Biotechnopreneurship Smart Faculty, tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dengan prioritas riset dan inovasi.
Pada bidang Fish Health, Fish Nutrition, Fisheries Biotechnology, Fisheries and Environmental Resource Management, serta Post-Harvest dan Fish Processing,
berkontribusi menghasilkan lulusan profesional yang excellent with morality, alumni yang berkarakter, serta siap berkolaborasi bersama mitra nasional dan internasional.
Menghasilkan 4 profil lulusan unggulan, yaitu menjadi manajer yang memiliki kemampuan menjadi seorang community leader di bidangnya, menjadi entrepreneur yang diharapkan dapat memberikan pemahaman dan pengetahuan kepada mitra sesuai perkembangan teknologi, menjadi researcher yang memiliki kemampuan eksplorasi potensi sumber daya perikanan dan kelautan melalui kegiatan penelitian, dan menjadi instruktur sebagai pembimbing yang memiliki kemampuan mengedukasi komunitas bahkan ruang lingkup yang besar dalam pengembangan bidang ilmu perikanan dan kelautan.
Di sini kami diberikan ruang untuk menggali ilmu sebanyak mungkin sehingga nanti bisa disalurkan kepada masyarakat demi terciptanya negara kami yang semakin maju dan berkembang.
Kami mewadahi dan mengadvokasi aspirasi mahasiswa agar terciptanya sinergisitas antar sivitas dalam proses belajar mengajar.
Kami merupakan wadah bagi seluruh mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan kemampuan, potensi, serta bakat yang dimiliki agar menjadi mahasiswa yang kaya akan ilmu pengetahuan, pengalaman, relasi, dan masih banyak lagi.
Dulu kami dididik menjadi orang yang berpendidikan, juga dibekali dengan moral melewati proses yang tidaklah mudah. Hingga saat ini kami terus belajar, berproses untuk menjadi seorang pemimpin atas diri dan mimpi-mimpi kami nanti.
Universitas Airlangga grows together in synergy with other top Indonesian universities to create a positive academic environment in its campuses. Universitas Airlangga is situated near to the public facilities such as sports centers, shopping centers, hospitals, police stations, and other public places which greatly support the educational process. The main campuses are located near to the city center of Surabaya, the vibrant city that also allows Universitas Airlangga to pay attention on its greenery. It is shown by an extensive concern on public parks and cleanliness. It creates a comfortable and refreshing atmosphere for the students during their studies. Despite living in modern and advanced city, students of Universitas Airlangga always uphold humanistic values and live in harmony in the surrounding communities. The students also make positive contribution to the communities. For its contribution to the world, Universitas Airlangga continues to make efforts and take a more significant role in global civilization's development. These are conducted through collaborative researches, international partnership, teaching session, and various community services. All of these efforts are derived from the spirit and the values from Universitas Airlangga motto, excellence with morality. It acts as the foundation for every element of the academic community in Universitas Airlangga to achieve the just and civilized global society. Universitas Airlangga in numbers: 6 campuses, 15 faculties, 1 postgraduate school, 174 programs, 44 bachelor degree programs, 46 master degree programs, 15 doctoral programs, 7 professional programs, 33 medical specialist programs, 8 medical subspecialist programs, 18 3-year vocational programs, 3 4-year vocational programs,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting everyone. I'm Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. Now, I would like to introduce several department and program study in our faculty. Today, we have several departments. This is Fish Health and Aquaculture and Marine Department. The other side, we also have two undergraduate, that is Aquaculture and Fisheries Technology Product undergraduate, and two master degree, this is Biotechnology of Fisheries and Marine and Fisheries Science. Until now, we have more than 100 student numbers, and we have accredited by education criteria for performance excellence based on Malcolm Baldrige, ISO 9001 2015 and IWA 2 2007 regarding education quality management. We have also accreditation by ASIN, this is accreditation agency for degree programs in engineering, informatics, natural and mathematics. And we have also national accreditation and certified by ASEAN University Network. Until now, we become to core member from ASEAN FAN, this is international association in fisheries, and we also active in several international conference and international fisheries symposium, and also contributed in fisheries association. Based on our milestones, we have focused to explore about how to make fish disease prevention and make how to manage good aquaculture system. The other side, we want to get several knowledge about how to develop marine pharmacies and how to create a good fishery product. In 2020 and until 2025, we will make recognition faculty to become biotechnopreneurship smart faculty. Whereas we have strategic program to achieve our goals in academic, students and alumni, student activity, research and community service. We have three pillars programs, that is the first to improve global networking for global partnerships, and we can improve our academic research and community service atmosphere. And the second, optimizing technical knowledge and sharing in entrepreneurial fields. The third, we want to make cooperation is done with the principle of equivalence. So please come to our institution, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Airlangga University, and we can achieve international recognition together. Thank you very much.
Attention to all participants, our event will start in 14 minutes.
Before we start, let me explain to all of you about our event's guideline. First, access to Zoom will be opened 1 hour before the event starts. It's not mandatory, but please include the InCoFiMS logo in your presentation. Download and use our virtual background. Wear office or formal attire. Please mute your microphone when listening to the lecture, except when asking questions. During the Q&A section, if you have any question, please use the chat and raise hand function. The moderator will unmute to allow you to speak. The presenters must turn on the camera during the presentation session. For the presenter, change your name to presentation no name with affiliation. For general participants, change your name to affiliation plus affiliation. The moderator or co-moderator will remind you when the presentation time will end.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I have your attention, please?
Is about to begin. I am Hangesa, and my partner,
Raihan Ashwa,
will be your master of ceremony today.
don't forget to rename according to the specified format. Your Excellencies, Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga, Profesor Insinyur Muhammad Amin Alamsah, MSI PhD. The Honorable Vice Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga.
The Honorable Chairman of the 6th InCoFiMS, Mr. Abdul Manan, SBI, MSI, PhD. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, who are Professor Dr. Muhammad Abu Al-Ragal, Associated Professor Sarvamangala Pravina, and Dr. Tan Hyuk Hui.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2023, held by Faculty Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, before we officially open this event, may I request all of you to please turn on your camera and give a round of silence while the Indonesian national anthem is being played, followed by the singing of Hymn Airlangga.
The next one is the singing of Hymn Airlangga. For this specific reason, we generally ask you to put your right fist in your left chest. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to read the agenda for today's event. First, we have the welcoming remarks and the opening ceremony.
Second, we have the keynote speeches, and then we have a break time and poster session.
After the break, we will have oral presentation, which will be divided into 7 groups. Fifth, we have a wording session.
And last is closing remark by our third Vice Dean, Dr. Sabto Andriono.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's step to our next agenda. We would like to invite Mr. Abdul Manan, who is the chairman of the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2023, to deliver his speech.
Thank you so much, Ms. Raihana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science InCoFiMS 2023. It is an honor to welcome you to the 6th InCoFiMS 2023 program as a regular event held by the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. Indonesia is a country that is blessed with vast and diverse aquatic resources. The synergy of each sector is expected to be able to share collaborative activities in the future. The theme that we raise in 2023 is the strategic role of marine and aquaculture in supporting resource diversity and sustainable development goals. Since the Sustainable Development Goals are an essential agenda of the United Nations that we should achieve for the development, peace, and prosperity of people and the earth. This international conference will be an excellent opportunity for students, researchers, and professionals to meet virtually, share, and discuss the current issue in each topic relating to the SDGs. In addition, this year, we are glad to welcome 93 accepted presenters. We appreciate that all keynote and invited speakers can join and share the research. Thanks to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahmed Abu Elrekar, Associate Professor Sarva Manggala Pravina, Dr. Tan Heo Yui, Professor Dr. Anik Martina Haryati, Dr. Josie Soud, Muhammad Rahmat Royan, PhD, and Dr. Ince Ayu Hairinah Kadriyah. We collaborate with Scopus Index Publisher to assist on the publication, which is expected to help societies implement their findings. Last but not least, we also collaborate to hold this year's event with some universities and agencies. I hope all participants can enjoy this virtual conference and open international collaboration for sustainable research. Please enjoy and have good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Manan, for the warm speech.
Now, we would like to invite Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, the Dean Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, to deliver a remark to officially open the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2023. To Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. I am Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Airlangga. Would like to say grateful thanks to all the keynote speakers, invited speakers, all the participants, and all the committee of the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences 2023. I'm very happy to welcome all of you in our beloved Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Airlangga. The 6th InCoFiMS 2023 is a prestigious event organized by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Airlangga. The conference aims to provide an excellent international platform for academics, researchers, industry participants, and students around the world to share their research findings with global experts to answer questions related to fisheries and marine issues, especially in aquaculture technology, fish nutrition, fish disease, marine and aquatic sciences, estuarine and coastal ecosystem, fisheries management, and fisheries socio-economics oriented to the blue economy in achieving the SDGs program. This all for me, and hope you could enjoy this conference. Finally, in the name of Allah, our God, most gracious and merciful, I would like to open the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Sciences officially. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad Amin Alamsyah, for the wonderful speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next agenda, which is the keynote session. Today, we are very pleased to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, namely Professor Dr. Muhammad Abu Elrekar, Associate Professor Sarva Manggala Pravina, and Dr. Tan Heok Hui, and the moderator for today's discussion, will be Mrs. Shivania Hanifa Samara, SPI MSc, Mrs. Ayulana Nafisha, SPI MSc PhD, and Mrs. Dita Wisudiawati, SPI MSc.
The moderator for the first keynote is Mrs. Sivana Hanifa Samara, SPI MSc, to Mrs. Sivana Samara, Sivania Hanifa Samara, SPI MSc, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is my voice clear?
Yes, Miss. So clear.
So, okay. Thank you very much. My name is Shivania Hanifa Samara. I will be the first moderator for the first keynote session. And the first keynote speaker is Professor Muhammad Abu El-Regal. Professor, are you already with us now? In the meantime, I will read the CV of Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahmad Abu El-Regal. Okay. I'm sorry for the technical setback. I will continue. I will read the short sheet.
I'm sorry, Miss Sivania. I cannot hear you because your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is this okay? Can I continue? Okay, I will continue with reading the CV of Professor Muhammad Ahmad Abu El Regal. So, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahmad Abu El Regal was born at November 17, 1972 in Dahlia, Egypt. Currently, he is a professor in the Marine Biology Department, Faculty of Marine Science, King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And the professor finished his education in his PhD in marine ecology from 2005 to 2008 in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Suez Canal University, and University of Hull, UK, with a thesis titled Ecological Studies on the Ichthyoplankton of Coral Reef Fishes in Hurghada, Red Sea, Egypt. For his MSc, he did it in marine ecology in 1997 to 2000 in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Suez Canal University, Egypt, and with a thesis of ecological and biological studies on the larvae of coral reef fishes in Sharm el Sheikh or Gulf of Aqaba, Red Sea. And for his BSc, he also did it in marine biology from 1990. The professor did his education in PhD in marine ecology from 2005 to 2008 in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Suez Canal University, Egypt, and University of Hull, United Kingdom, with a thesis of ecological studies on the ichthyoplankton of coral reef fishes in Hurghada, Red Sea, Egypt. For the MSc, he did it in marine ecology from 1997 to 2000 in the same department, Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Suez Canal University, Egypt. And the BSc, he did it in marine biology from 1990 to 1994 in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Suez Canal University, Egypt. For the professor has been working as an associate professor in marine biology, Faculty of Marine Science, King Abdul University since January 2019. Previously, he was the professor in biological oceanography in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Port Said University, Egypt. And since 2014, he has been an associate professor in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Port Said University, Egypt. Previously, from 2011 to 2014, he was a lecturer in the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Port Said University, Egypt, and previously also has been working in various positions as a researcher in the National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries, Hurghada, Red Sea, assistant researcher, academic visitor, assistant lecturer, and environmental researcher starting from 2000. Aside from his academic experience, the professor also have been the Vice Dean of Student Affairs and Education, Faculty of Pharmacy at Port Said University from March 2018. Also as the head of the Marine Science Department, Faculty of Science, Port Said University, Egypt from December 2015 to December 2016. And previously also as the Associate Professor in the Marine Science Department in Port Said University, Egypt, and also as a researcher, an academic visitor, and also as environmental researcher and assistant researcher. Okay. And I think that is about the first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahmad Abu El Regal.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Good morning, Professor.
Yeah, how are you? Is the voice clear, inshallah?
Yes, very clear, Professor. So it's very honorable for us to have you here with us today. So
thank you very much for this kind invitation and welcome. And it's my honor to be a part of this scientific meeting. And I wish I could make it clear and simple. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for this invitation, and it's my pleasure to give this talk about Red Sea fish.
Yes. So for the first keynote speaker, if you don't mind, we can start it.
Can we start now?
Yes, sure.
Yes, okay, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Just let me tell you, it's very early now in Saudi Arabia, you know. It's Al-Fajr time and I have to go to pray, but I think it's time now to start our talk. First of all, I want really to, I would like to thank you very much for this kind invitation to be a part of this scientific meeting. And it's my pleasure to be with you and to have this opportunity to give this talk about some basic knowledge, some basic information about Red Sea fish and diversity, distribution, importance, and what we have done for the last recent years, recording or describing many species from the Red Sea. I first want to apologize if my English is not very clear to you. I will try to make it as simple as possible to be understood by all. So should we start now, inshallah?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's clear now?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Sorry, before you start, maybe you can put it in full screen.
I cannot hear. Please again.
Can you put your presentation in full screen so we can see the full
like
presentation?
This?
Yes, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My talk will be is entitled Fish Diversity in the Red Sea with notes on some new species that we have recently described from the Red Sea. As you may know, what? Oh. Yeah. Red Sea is a part of Indo-Pacific system. It's an appendix of Indian Ocean located at its northwestern side. No, 40 million years ago there was no Red Sea. You know, as you may know, and none of us were there, of course, at this time. But there was no Red Sea. And Asia and Africa, tectonic plates of Asia and Africa were fused together. But 40 million years ago, they departed away from each other, and the water flew from the Indian Ocean in the south here. Water flows till it reached to the Dead Sea in Jordan here, and then, of course, with geologic times, the water withdrew again, and we have the current form of the Red Sea with its two branches in the north, the long, narrow, shallow Suez, Gulf of Suez, and the short and deep Gulf of Aqaba. The surface area of the Red Sea is about 460 square kilometers. Right. Doesn't work. Why? No. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, no. The characteristics of the Red Sea, it's the most important feature of the Red Sea is its geological formation, as we mentioned earlier. And The Red Sea is semi-isolated from the Indian Ocean. It lacks any sources of fresh water, of rivers. It's located in a semi-arid area. It means rain is very rare for long times. It's also hot tropical area. And recently the connection of the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea through the man-made Suez Canal. So we'll find a high endemism rate of species in the Red Sea. As we mentioned in the last slides, the water flows from the Indian Ocean to the Red Sea, carrying different species of marine animals and plants, and then isolated from the Indian Ocean because of the very shallow and the very narrow Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. That's why we'll find a large number of endemic species in the Red Sea. Yes, they have counterparts in the Indian Ocean, but with the very long times, millions of years, genetic transformations, mutations, they became new species. So we'll find high number and large number of endemic species. Because of the arid area, because of the hot weather, Red Sea is the highly saline water body on the earth. Because of the lack of rivers, of any source of fresh water, Red Sea is oligotrophic. And recently, when the Red Sea is connected to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal, there was what we know as biological contamination, invasion, which means the migration, the movement of fish from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean and vice versa. So the Red Sea is characterized by high diversity, an elevated level of endemism. It has also the largest fringing reef system on the planet. Even in the extreme environmental conditions, the highest salinity, the highest temperature on the earth, and seasonal fluctuations. Despite its unique environment, the Red Sea remains a scientifically understood region because of many reasons. We know little about the Red Sea environment and creatures. The remoteness of the Red Sea, regional geopolitical situations, complicated visa and permitting regulations, honestly, and lack of marine infrastructure. What is characterizing the Red Sea is that it has all representatives of all tropical ecosystems except estuaries. We have coral reefs, we have mangroves, and we have seagrasses, but no estuaries because no rivers flow in the Red Sea or to the Red Sea. This show the three basic marine tropical ecosystems: mangroves, seagrasses, and coral reefs, which are highly interdependent ecosystems. Because reef fish, depend mainly on both mangroves and seagrasses, as well as the sandy shallow lagoons as nursery area. At the same time, reef fish move from the reef to seagrass and mangrove to feed and, of course, transform and take energy from these ecosystems to the reef. This is a diagram to show the importance of both or all of coastal areas, coastal ecosystems to the reef and reef fish. You imagine here some species live in the coral reef. It perform like spawning aggregation to the open water to spawn eggs. Eggs hatch into larvae, then transformed into juvenile stage, which have to stay for a while in a nursery area, which is shallow, protected, and provide juvenile for food for a while. So this shows the importance of these coastal habitats, seagrasses, mangroves, sandy bottoms, coral reefs for the reef fish of the Red Sea. Some research proved that coral reef areas, which is close to seagrass or mangrove areas, have high diversity and high density of reef fish than coral reefs from remote or away or a distant from either mangrove or seagrass or both. This show a result of a study we have conducted on this species, the goldfish, Molloidexis flavolineatus in the Red Sea, and we find how important is mangrove to the life cycle of one of the most economically important species of the Red Sea. So the origin and the composition of the fish fauna in the Red Sea is best understood with knowledge of the geologic history of the sea, beginning about 40 million years ago. With the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, the opportunity was provided for marine life to move from south to north and vice versa. As we mentioned earlier, some species move from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal and vice versa. Few species moved from the Mediterranean through the canal to the Red Sea. More than 100 species. Originally, Red Sea species moved through what is a phenomenon called the sepal migrations and established in the Mediterranean Sea. On the other hand, only 12 Mediterranean species have been discovered in the northern Red Sea. This also shows some of the most important migrant or sepal migrant species from the Red Sea and established here in the Mediterranean basin. It reached maybe to Europe, to Cyprus, to Malta, to Greece, here in the Mediterranean Sea. Of course, this includes some commercially important species and some dangerous species. This species, Lagocephalus scleratus, which is poisonous and makes some problems to the areas where it is moved and established in. If we move to talk about the fish community and diversity in the Red Sea, fish are considered, in the Red Sea is considered one of the oldest vertebrate found on Earth. The oldest fish fossil is 360 million years ago. They are the largest vertebrates found on Earth. Fish represent an essential component of any marine environment in general and the coral reef environment in particular. About 35,000 species are recorded so far, most of which are found in oceans or marine. In the Red Sea, the distribution of fish in the Red Sea is somewhat strange because there is latitudinal and longitudinal gradients of environmental conditions. So species richness and diversity of coral reef fish in the north and center Red Sea differs greatly from those in the south. Moreover, fish species and diversity in the western side of the Red Sea, here in the Egyptian and Sudanese coast, is also different from those in the eastern coast in Saudi Arabia and Yemen. The water circulation in the Red Sea bring nutrients here in the eastern side. That's why you find more fish community here is more diverse than in the eastern side. At the same time, coral reefs are more healthy, more diverse, more dense in this side than the eastern side. So this what we mean by longitudinal and latitudinal gradients in fish distribution. So distribution of the fishes is not all homogeneous. Many species are found only in the central and north Red Sea, not in the south, such as dotipacks, wrasses, and damsel fish, characteristic families of reef fish in the Red Sea. Many non-endemic fish show fishes similar latitudinally related distribution which have predominantly ecological determinants, either through habitats effects or for both settlement fish or water quality influence on survival of larvae of these fish. Habitat and food supply for North Shore fish change markedly down the Red Sea because of the close or the are near the Indian the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, which bring more nutrients to the southern coast, southern side of the Red Sea. So we will find fish in the southern Red Sea may be dense, may be more abundant than the central and north, which are oligotrophic, meaning they are poor in nutrients. You will find high diversity and low density, low abundance, compared to low diversity and high abundance in the southern side of the Red Sea, near the Gulf of Aden and Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, because of water exchange through this area. There is high level of endemism may be ascribed to both the period of partial isolation from the Indian Ocean during the Pleistocene, low sea levels, and the unusual oceanographic conditions still prevailing in the Red Sea. We'll find a high endemism rate. The Red Sea fish are widespread in Indo-Pacific. 70% of Red Sea fish are originated from the Pacific Ocean, and 40% from Indian Ocean, 90% from Western Indian Ocean. 17% of fish species in the Red Sea are endemic to the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. We'll have some detailed information about this, inshallah. Even in the same location, in the same site, you will find variable distribution patterns of fish in the Red Sea. For example, reef flat have its characteristic species which are different from the reef edge here, and the reef slope has its characteristic species. So distribution of fish in the Red Sea may change from south to north to south, west to east, and even in the same reef side, you will find a zonation, which means each zone has its characteristic fish species, as you can see here in this diagram. This diagram is a result of many years of studying, of diving, of counting, of researching on the distributional patterns of reef fish. These are the most characteristic species you can see in the reef flat, here in the reef edge, and in the reef slope. This an example of what we have already conducted. You can see here back reef reef lagoon, reef flat, reef edge, and reef slope. It's another area we have also studied for years to get these results. Red sea fish is one of the was one of the first studied creatures in a scientific fashion or way. Start by Peter Simon Forsical in 1761 and till 1763 through the expedition to the Red Sea. Many scientists work in the Red Sea. Hembridge, Cuvier and Valences, Roppel, Kolonzinger, Boutros, Gorin and Dur, 1994. There are the result of this work of these scientists, researchers, it resulted in recording of 1,207 species, of which 174 species are endemic to the Red Sea, which means you will never find away from the Red Sea. In Gulf Aqaba, 797 species are found, of which 34 species are found as endemic. In the Gulf Suez, we have 339 species, of which 8 are endemic to the Suez Canal. Bonyfish, 1,143 species. Sharks are represented by 32 species, and other cartilaginous fish, which include rays, skates, also are represented by 32 species. This number is a changeable number, it's not fixed. You know, every day, maybe every month, we add more new species to the Red Sea. The distribution, even the distribution of species within the fish families in the Red Sea are variable. The highest species family is Gobiidae with 134 species, Labridae 66 species, Abugonidae 59 species, Suranidae 45 species, Plinidae 42, Carangidae 38, Morinidae 36, and the Carcranidae, which represent sharks, is represented by 18 species. Rays, Desitidae, is represented by 11 species. So even the distribution of species within families is not constant, is variable. In the coastal area, depth from from surface to 200 meters have 1,161 species. 174 are exclusively endemic to the Red Sea. 22 species living down or below 200 meters are endemic to the Red Sea. 46 species are living down in the depth after 200 species. 22 species which constitute 48 species of these species are endemic to the Red Sea. So Red Sea is a very, very unique, very diverse water body. These are the efforts of the previously mentioned authors. Roppel recorded 97 species, of which 30 are endemic. Forsical 93 species, 6 are endemic. Rondel, 52, and 38 are endemic. Bogordesky, 32 and 29. Kronzinger, 32 and 10. Covier and Valensis, 24 species, of which 7 are endemic to the Red Sea. Gulani, Clausewitz, Fry, Gorin, Springer, and the Abu Rigal, and of course his colleagues and others recorded 4 species, of which 4 species are endemic. And we will talk in details about this, inshallah, later. Percentage, this is a comparison between the Red Sea and other areas of the world to show the percentage of endemic species in different areas of the world. Red Sea percentage is maybe third, in the third rank, or third level, after Hawaii Islands and Easter Islands, with 30.4, 21.7, and the Red Sea is 14.6. This is the rate or the percentage of endemic species in different areas of the world, including Red Sea. These are examples of some endemic species from the Red Sea by Bogordesky and Rondel. Other examples of the endemic species of the Red Sea. This is the distribution of coral reef fish in different areas, in different habitats in the Red Sea. Most of Red Sea fish are benthic. It means living or live in benthic habitats. Corals and rocks, 36.7. Soft bottoms, 22.8. Algae and seagrass, they form or they constitute 85% of fish in the Red Sea live in benthic habitat in comparison to only 15% of the species are living in pelagic habitats like open water, shallow water associated with reefs, but pelagic and bentho-pelagic species. This is the rate of endemism in each family in the Red Sea. The 3 treble fin triptygids, 90%, 91% of the species within this family are endemic to the Red Sea. The dotipacks, 90%. Butterfly fish, Chaetodontidae, I think 14 species are recorded worldwide. 7 are endemic to the Red Sea. You will never see out of the Red Sea. 50% are endemic within this family. Belinidae, 30%. Pomacentridae, 21%. Labridae, 14% are endemic to the Red Sea. But there is a very important question before we talk about coral reef fish. What is coral reef fish? Scientists already have debate about the identification, the identity of coral reef fish. Are these fish that live in the corals, that spawn in corals, that feed on corals, but finally they state that coral reef fish are those fish which you can never see away of reef. And this include 3 main orders or groups: Chaetodontoidae, which include both angelfish and butterfly fish, Chaetodontoidae. Labroidae consist of Labridae, wrasses, and Scaridae, parrotfish. And Acanthroidae consist of Acanthuridae, sohal or surgeonfish, and Siganidae, rabbitfish. In addition to some minor groups like Holosontridae and dotibacks, these species, these groups, never seen away of coral reefs. That's why they are called coral reef fish. Of course, importance of fish will be discussed, inshallah. This is even the distribution of, as we mentioned, distribution of species inside families. 47 families are represented by only one species. 32 families are represented by 2 species. 14 families by 3 species, and 38 families are represented by more than 10 species. The feeding habits of fish also is variable, feeding habits. Species feeding on benthic habitat and on pelagic habitat. Carnivorous on fish, 5%. Carnivorous on invertebrates, about 60%. So 60% of fish in the Red Sea feed on invertebrates. Fish that feed on both fish and invertebrates, about 14%. Detritivores, about 100.27. So 87% of fish are benthic feeders. On the other side, plankton feeders, plankton and small fish and invertebrates in the water column, of course, floating algae, form about 12% or 13% of fish feed on pelagic habitats. Of course, coral reef fish play a very important role in shaping and in health of coral reef, especially the herbivorous species. We have corallivore. Some are obligate corallivorous, some feed on soft coral, some are facultative corallivore. Herbivore, many groups of herbivorous fish are known. Excavators, scrapers, grazers, and they play a very important or critical role in the coral reef health. Adaptation of coral reefs, coral reef fishes to the habitat they live. We will find some fish, especially the bottom fish, have the same coloration as the bottom. They are either flat, like rays and flatheads, with bulky large head and mouths, like scorpion fish and groupers. These are demersal or benthic fish. The surface-dwelling fish have darker backs are darker than the bellies, needlefish and mullets. Mid-water living fish are usually torpedo-shaped and are fast swimmers, like sharks, barracudas, and jacks. Fish living in burrows and holes are more or less like snakes, like lemurei. Butterfly fish and angelfish that live among corals are characterized by bilateral compressed bodies. Some fish, such as buffers, seahorse, and boxfish, have odd shapes like this. So some, of course, like this bufferfish, inflate themselves when in defense or under attack. Mouths of many reef fish in the Red Sea are well adapted. Sharks, butterfly, because parrotfish, because they feed on rocks. Butterfly, they feed on polyp. They have very thin, long snout. Now we move to the new species we recorded in the last few years. But before, do I still have time, or what about time?
Yes, there is still time, around 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Yes.
Okay. It all started when we find this very strange specimen about in 2005. And we sent to many museums all over the world to know what, because at first glance we identified as a larvae of fish, but with this strange, the elongate urostyle and the presence of genital papilla, it's impossible to be a larva. It should be adult fish. And yes, we have confirmation it's an adult fish and a family called Chendleridae. Family Chendleridae is a family of small pedomorphic copioid fish. It's usually less than 20 millimeters total length. They are pelagic at night and remaining in the water column and benthic by day. This family includes one of the smallest and youngest reproducing vertebrate. It's mature at 37 days, and the life cycle is about 2 to 3 months. The identification of this family is based on the following combination of characters: elongate and smooth gut, elongate urostyle, the presence of 13 caudal rays, presence of urogenital papilla in male and eggs in female. Before we find this fish, only 3 species of this family were recorded. Chendleria beachimani from Hawaii, Chendleria prematura widely spread, Chendleria brief penguins from Australia. In 2015, I found about 50 specimens of this family from Hurghada Red Sea. I sent to my friend Takeshi Kon from Japan, and he did DNA sequencing for this family, and he confirmed that at least 4 species exist in the Red Sea. And yes, we find 4 species from the Red Sea. Start with Chendleria elongata, 2017, and Negrobanktata at the same year. Then Barva, 2021, and Edentata, 2022. And these 4 species are endemic to the Red Sea. In this year, 2022, Vanessa Ropich and Harald find a 5th species, Chendleria chesma. So we have now in the Red Sea 6 species of this family are recorded and are described from the Red Sea, 5 of which are endemic to the Red Sea. Only prematura is widespread in Indo-Pacific. The other species of the family are also endemic. Chendleria beachimani from Hawaii, multidentata from Society Islands, brief penguins from Australia, Queensland, macrodentata from Malayan archipelago. These are the species, maybe 11 species of the family which are recorded so far. Takeshi Kon and his colleagues stated that based on other samples from Hawaii, from Japan Sea, from Ryukyu Islands, that this family is composed of at least 21 species. At least 21 species of this family are found. So far, we only described the 11 species. So we expect to find more species of this family, inshallah, soon. These are the species we find and published in, of course, in some. This is the first specimen were published in Journal of Fish Biology, Chendleria, because we don't know which species it belongs to. Then we have prematura, widespread. Then Negrobanktata, elongata, Barva, and finally Chendleria chesma, edentata. These are the characteristic features of this family and the difference between It's a very, very strange family indeed. For example, if we talk about dentation of this family, you will find some species have teeth on both jaws. Others have teeth in one jaw, maybe the upper jaw or lower jaw. And surprisingly, other species have no teeth. Also, the dorsal fin, they are classified into long dorsal fin and short dorsal fin. So it's a very strange, it's a very mystery family of fish. I think this is what I have for today talk. And I'm ready for any questions. But please, because I don't hear you well, can you type the questions and I read and I answer, inshallah. Thank you very much for your joining my talk. Thank you very much for invitation. I wish it was fast and interesting talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abu El Rijal. It was a very interesting presentation about the Red Sea. We know Red Sea, apparently it's a very unique and diverse water body. That it has like its own endemic species and other species that are not original to the site. I'm certain that our participants are also as curious and would like to ask some questions, more questions to deepen their knowledge about the Red Sea. So for the participants, if you want to ask questions, you can either raise your hand or you can write the questions in the chat box. Okay, we have
I prefer please to write the question. It's easy to read because I really cannot hear you well. I have a problem with my phone, please. So yes, if you write the question, please. Sorry.
Okay, so as with the professor's request, those who are asking the questions, Ms. Roro Sonia Rahmania and Mr. Rifki, please write the question in the chat box. Okay, we have one question from our co-moderator Putri. So should I read it to you or you can answer?
Yeah, I can read the question. What threats are faced for biodiversity and how to deal with them? I think it's a very interesting question and complicated at the same time. Threats are very variable and many threats we record many threats, of course, to the Red Sea biodiversity, not only fish, but also the ecosystems such as coral reefs, which face many problems. But for me, because I'm very interested in reef fish and reef ecosystem as a whole, is the overfishing. Because we mentioned herbivorous fish play a very important and urgent and critical role in the health of reef. It's not just related to the fish, but if you take this fish from the area, from the coral reef area, especially the herbivorous species, you will give a chance to algae. You know, there is always competition between algae and corals for space and for light, because coral need light for photosynthesis for the symbiotic algae inside so if you take this, if you remove this herbivorous species from the area, you will give a chance for algae to grow fastly and prevent light from reaching the coral, and the coral die, and the whole ecosystem collapse. So for me, overfishing, and we tried to change rules of fishing, to talk to decision makers, to try to reduce these illegal activities of fishing, but I think we didn't succeed so far. So many threats indeed. So it need a talk, a separate talk about threats. Okay, any more questions? Thank you very much for your interesting question.
Thank you.
We can talk. You have my email. We can talk later about it, just for time. Okay.
Sure. Ms. Putri, do you still have questions, or is it already okay with the answers from the professor?
Enough.
First of all, thank you.
Oh, that's enough. Okay, thank
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. We have a second question.
Yeah, my question is, as allocation that isolated from Indian Ocean, is there any specific adaptations of the sea that make different from any fish from it's a very interesting question as well. Thank you for this question. Yes, if you check or if you work on coral reef fish in the Red Sea, you will certainly find a counterpart in the Indian Ocean. But because of this long time of isolation, they have like genetically and morphologically adapted with this long time. As we mentioned in the talk on the presentation, Red Sea is the most saline and most hot water body in the world. So fish in the Red Sea have to deal with these harm conditions, with these harsh conditions of salinity and of temperature. But although they have a counterpart in the Indian Ocean that cannot withstand these harsh conditions. Yes.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the answer?
Based on your experience, it's correct that developing saline tilapia venomy, there is tilapia venomy bond will be 3 to coral reefs and marine fish habitat. This is what we call biological contamination. I think if we talked a little bit about the migration of Siganus rivulatus from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, and scleratus, Plagocephalus scleratus from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean also, they start to feed on other economic and commercially important fish in the Mediterranean, and of course make a big destruction to this. Of course, it will be a great threat of this species, adding this species, of course. Question about biodiversity, it is mentioned that there is illegal fishing that occurs where there are special regulations. Oh, yeah, of course, this is a big issue and need more discussion. Yes, of course. Fishing regulations all along the whole Red Sea should be changed, because you are dealing with coral reefs, which is a very, very sensitive ecosystems. Coral reefs, seagrass, mangroves, you have to deal with them very sensitively. It's not like a muddy or sandy bottom. You can deal with any method of fishing. It's different. It's sensitive habitats. It requires the change of the fishing regulations. Of course, I agree with you. May I directly deliver to you? Yes, of course. You can deliver to my email, no problem. Yes, welcome anytime.
Good morning, Professor. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, I have a question about regarding to your presentation, and very nice presentation on this conference.
First, thank you very much. Thank you.
Firstly, regarding to some data that you provide in your slide, that in Red Sea several species is endemic species. So do you have regarding to the DNA information of the endemic species? And then actually I also researched regarding to the marine species and also endemic species. If possible, it's very nice to make a collaboration with Airlangga University, and I'm very welcome, and I need your support if any staff or researcher have a research regarding to the DNA barcoding in from Red Sea area. So that's my question. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, and of course, welcome for any type of collaboration. So you have my email. You can take from the organizing committee. I can send here if you have any ideas of cooperation. Yes, of course, welcome. Yes, we have already here a student or 2 students from your university we are working in the to try to compare the genetic structure of fish both in Red Sea and in Indonesia. We try to
Yes.
compare to find if there is any phylogeny or a genetic relationship or not. So you are welcome. Just take my email and contact me directly. We can discuss inter cooperation, inshallah. No problem.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I think that is for the questions. Thank you very much. Again, we're honorable Professor Muhammad Abu El Rijal for joining us in this conference. It was a very interesting presentation about the Red Sea, because now we know much more about the Red Sea, because it has a diverse fishes and other aquatic organisms, and also it is facing overfishing as well as what we are facing here in Indonesia, and also
so everywhere in the world, yes.
yeah, everywhere. And also you mentioned about the biological contamination. That is something that we also must really consider. So before we end the first keynote session, we would like to present you with a certificate of appreciation. So for the committee, maybe you can display the certificate. So the professor, this is the certificate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to be with you today. Thank you very much. Oh, can I download this or not?
Yeah, we will send it to you later.
Okay, thank you very
we
much.
will send it to you, the certificate. So this is our appreciation for you, and also because we are very thankful you were here to share about your insight and knowledge about the Red Sea. And of course, as Mr. Sabto said previously, maybe we can continue with other cooperation in the future. But once again,
it's with pleasure, of course. Thank you very much for inviting me, for giving me this opportunity to be with you today. And thank you for all colleagues listening to this talk or watching this talk. Of course, looking forward to any future cooperation, inshallah.
Inshallah. Yeah. And also this will end the first keynote session. So thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Abu El Rijal, and me as a moderator. Thank you very much for all the participants and all your enthusiasm for the question and session. And I also apologize if there was anything that's minor setbacks in me being a moderator for the session. I will return it to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for our keynote. Before we start to the next keynote, we would like to greet our honorable keynote and invited speaker who already joined. Move to the second keynote. The moderator for the second keynote is Mrs. Ayolana Nafisha, SPI, MSc, PhD. To Ms. Ayolana, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the MC. Thank you for the previous keynote speakers. What a nice topics, yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone, the honorable audience and all participants of the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2023. So it's an honor for me as the moderator for this session of Professor Dr. Sarva Manggala Pravina today. So I'm Ayolana Nafisha. I'm a lecturer in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. So before further ado, I'm going to say something about the CV, brief CV of the Professor Sarva Manggala Pravina. She is an academic staff at the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences at the University of Putra, Malaysia. She has received so many awards and international recognition, such as the best environmental scientist in Malaysia, as also the world top 2% scientist, and many more. She is also actively published an article related to the microplastics, health and environmental risk, and also bioavailability. Her Scopus documents currently reach 154 with incredibly high HI index of 34 and citation about 3,665, if I'm not mistaken. And she also produced some intellectual properties, such as the method of extracting microplastics from the soil. And she is also active as a speaker in the international agenda and also become a member in many professional associations, such as Community Transformation Association through research. And today, she will talk about aquaculture's unseen challenge, exploring microplastic pollution. So, without further ado, please welcome our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Sarva Manggala Pravina. Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayu. And good morning, everyone here today. I'm Pravina from University Putra, Malaysia. So before I start, I would like to thank the organizer for this kind invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here today. To be sharing this title called Aquaculture Unseen Challenge Exploring Microplastics Pollution. So I'll be sharing about from the introduction, and we will focus on microplastics pollution in aquaculture system. And I have a case study from Malaysia to be shared with everyone here, and the role of aquaculture in supporting resource diversity and the link with SDGs, and as well as how much it will impact our health. So as an introduction, as we know that aquaculture is expected to grow up to 33% or even higher in average annual growth rate. If you see here, it's not only for overall aquaculture, even for aquatic animal and algae, it is expected to grow positively higher. So these numbers actually indicate that the potential of aquaculture sector to become a major food supply, not only now, but also in future. From there, when we look at the type of aquaculture, world aquaculture production of aquatic animal, or inland aquaculture production of finfish, or world marine and coastal aquaculture production of finfish. If you see finfish, Indonesia is the major producer. But for all these categories, if you notice here, the countries from Southeast region are actually in the list. So it shows that the region is also one of the top producer worldwide. Even if you include or exclude China, Asia still remains as the major producer of these aquaculture products worldwide. There are diverse, complex classification of aquaculture available. In this talk, I am going to focus the very specific on system, but in general, classification of aquaculture can be divided into the type of environment, the product, the region, and as well as system. Here, the talk will be specifically on the aquaculture system. So when you look at aquaculture system, it can be divided open, semi-closed, and closed aquaculture system. So I'll go through each and every one briefly so that you will have an idea of later when I share a case study from Malaysia. So for open aquaculture system, it is carried out in open system, open to natural waterway. Normally, open aquaculture system implemented in wide range of environment, including freshwater rivers, brackish estuary, or even coastal marine region. So that's how the operation of open aquaculture system. So here, this system requires a specific site selection because it's openly available to natural waterway. It needs huge or high requirement of feed because of the natural flushing. And then in current time, the impact of ambient ecosystem, such as solid waste disposal around the surrounding, greatly affects the quality of the aquaculture product and as well as their operation in overall. Now we move on to semi-closed aquaculture system. This aquaculture system is a land-based production. There will be an exchange between the water, the farm from the water and natural waterway. Now, in semi-closed aquaculture system, the wastewater will be released from the pond to local waterway, and then there'll be replenishment of fresh water pumped back to the system. So here again, it needs a large-scale effect on coastal aquaculture, coastal ecosystem, and it needs to be located adjunct to the waterways where coastal wetland or mangrove is located. Now the reclamitation of these mangroves or wetland will be a habitat loss and also affects the overall operation of semi-closed aquaculture system. Again, the constant outflow of the wastewater from the pond to the local waterway again now will affect the surrounding water quality in semi-closed aquaculture system. On the other hand, closed aquaculture system is again a land-based rearing aquatic system. They are done in waste tank or pond. Normally, they have this recirculation technology where they have water cycles through the filtration process. And after the filtration process, it returns back to the aquaculture system. So the main thing or the main point of this recirculation technology is to maintain the water quality. Again, this kind of closed water aquaculture system has limited exchange with natural waterway. So they have the major control of the quality and how the operation needs to be done. Again, they need to have constant supply of high water quality. However, the challenges in closed aquaculture system is the accumulation of solid waste, including from the uneaten feed and feces. This is how these three major types of aquaculture systems operate. Now we see from environmental point of view. From environmental point of view, open system and semi-closed aquaculture system has the high environmental vulnerability because the interaction with this environment. If you still remember, open aquaculture system has the natural water exchange or the natural flushing. Same goes to semi-closed. It still has the interaction with the environment. That made open and semi-closed aquaculture system have the limited environmental control in terms of the water quality. And again, it affects the, in a direct or indirect way, affects the aquaculture products as well. While we look at closed aquaculture system, it is with low interaction with the environment because they are normally indoor in the tank and well controlled. It has low environmental variability because they are controlling the overall quality of the water. And with that, it's an assumption that the good water quality that they supply probably will result in good quality of aquaculture product. However, we must understand that in any aquaculture system that we understood just now, also uses various diverse product of plastic product in their operation. But when you look at closely, the plastic product that they use, open and semi-closed aquaculture systems use very limitedly plastic product versus with the closed aquaculture system. Although there are similarities in terms of plastic tubes, fishing nets, and whatsoever, but higher plastic product usage is detected towards closed aquaculture system. So what happened is, in closed aquaculture system, the overall operation needs to be conducted with various type of plastic product while they are controlling or maintaining high water quality. But the usage of this plastic product will then resulted on the degradation of this plastic product. So the older the plastic product, or in another word of saying, the longer they use this plastic product, such as the tank, the tubes, the pipes, and other plastic product, the surface of this plastic product tend to be weaker, and that can make the plastic product to be break down and form as microplastic particle. In open and semi-closed, the natural water exchange or flushing can help this microplastic particle to be released out to the surrounding environment. But in closed aquaculture system, there is no way for this particle to escape. So they will forever remain in the tank, and because of the lack of natural flushing, there's no any water exchange or flushing in closed aquaculture system. And this make the contact time between the aquatic organism and the microplastic particle lead to higher likelihood of microplastic accumulation, not only in the system, but also can be accumulated in their aquaculture product. So these are the things that we're going to see. So also, even in globally, concern has been raised in terms of presence of microplastic particle in aquaculture product. When you look at specifically on the closed aquaculture system, there are various data available for open and semi-closed. But when you go a bit focus on narrow down, for closed aquaculture system, the data is only available from China and Europe. So when you look at Southeast Asia region, if you remember, there are many of our countries in the list as a top producer. However, this data still limitedly available. Probably need a bit more exposure so that more researchers will start to also investigate from closed aquaculture system, because previously major focus has been done on open and semi-closed aquaculture system. So here we reach this slide where I'll be sharing some of the data from the our research group on microplastic pollution from closed aquaculture system. So we have 2 farms. It was really difficult to get permission from aquaculture managers to allow us to take their aquaculture product. So again, I will take this opportunity to thank both of these farm managers for giving us the permission to study their aquaculture product. So I cannot reveal much. This is we rename it as Farm A and Farm B. Farm A uses tap water as a major water supply. They also apply recirculation aquaculture system for their overall operation. For Farm B, again, same, they uses tap water. They also uses recirculation aquaculture system. Plus, they have this biofloc filter. This is for energy efficiency. This is also to optimize their stock density and also water circulation and growth rate. So Farm B uses additional biofloc filter compared to Farm A, which is a traditional closed aquaculture system operation. These are all the 5 fish species given for free by the farm managers for us to investigate and inform them further about their aquaculture product quality. So we have dissect this and then separated muscle, gill, and gastrointestinal tract for analysis. We utilize density separation method. And then after the extraction, the microplastic particle were analyzed visually and as well as involved in plastic polymer identification, so that the plastic polymer data will be the major proof to prove that these are plastic particles found in muscle, gastrointestinal, and gill of the fish. These images showed some of the microplastic images in various type of parts that we analyze: gastrointestinal tract, gill, and muscle of the 5 fish species that we analyze. Overall, microplastics particles were detected in both of the farms in all the 5 fish species, much higher in Farm A, where red Nile tilapia recorded as the highest number, either by number or the weight, it still consists as the highest. The microplastic particle size between 232.68 and 468.91 micrometer in farm A. Then the particles are much more shorter in farm B. It's from not detected to 277.58 micrometer. So the justification for the occurrence of this microplastic particle in farm A is due to higher forces, the mechanical action, the water movement, between water movement and the plastic product they use in farm A could be the major reason that led to higher number of microplastic particle in farm A compared to farm B. Now we look at the microplastic particle shapes. Here we have fiber detected the most in farm A, and then a variety of fragment and fiber in farm B. From there, we move on to understand the colors. The colors in farm A dominated by blue and red, while in farm B, brown and transparent microplastic color, actually the most detected one in farm B. So from this, we would like to know the sources that can be related with the particle that accumulated in the fish organ, muscle, gill, or gastrointestinal tract. Here we have farm A. If you notice, they have fishing net, blue color, floating in the tank continuously, and there are aggressive water movement in this tank. The other side, we have the plastic pails. You see, it is actually red color, but with the longer use, these pails been decolorized now in pinkish color. We also, if you notice, you can also see the transparent plastic tubes and pipes floating all over the plastic, all over the tanks. In farm B, I'm showing you the plastic tubes in transparent. We also have some black plastic pipes floating in this farm B, but lesser water movement compared to farm A. So this again, all this information lead us to conclude that the microplastic particle that you saw in the images could actually originate from the plastic product usage, such as the fishing net, plastic pail, and tubes in farm A. Because of this continuous water movement and mechanical action between the water in the tank with the fishing net could lead to degradation of fishing net that floats in the tank continuously, possibly lead to fibers that we found highest in farm A. And fragment could be due to the plastic pail. The fragment in red color could be associated with the plastic pail that we found. So that shows the impact of the water movement in the tank, and the older the plastic product used can lead to microplastic, the breakdown of plastic product into microplastic. In farm B, we have the transparent one in fragment shape that can be linked with the plastic tube that I'm showing here, and then the brown microplastic particle in fiber shape could be from the this fishing net. They are using this fishing net almost in all the tank to take the fish sample or to move the fish from one tank to another. So that can lead to the microplastic particle in fiber shape. Again, we took all these particles to analyze using FTIR because this is the final proof to show these particles are plastic. So FTIR results showed the particles are made of HDPE, PVC, and nylon. It's another direct proof that comes from the plastic product that I've shown previously. So it shows that the microplastic particle in closed aquaculture system actually depend on type of plastic product, the duration of plastic product being used, whether it has been long, the surface of the plastic product, the longer duration you use, the weaker the surface is, as well as the extent of mechanical abrasion, the contact of water with the plastic product could lead to various characteristics of plastics, microplastic particle in the fish that we analyze. However, this study has lacking info in terms of the actual risk to human, because we stopped the study until understanding of the plastic product. We did not extend it to actual risk to human, which we feel a future study focusing on this is crucial to be done. So here, when we look at the microplastic pollution and the strategic role of marine and aquaculture in supporting this resource diversity, because we know aquaculture is going to become or is already become a major food source, especially for seafood. So we need to play a role in pollution control, controlling the microplastic pollution in aquaculture. Obviously, number one, the monitoring method. The method I have shown you, or the method that available from China and Europe, are method with longer time and labor consuming as well. So we need researchers to come up with a better new microplastic monitoring system, which is portable and low cost. That's when the aquaculture managers will adopt this and get involved in to ensure to minimize the microplastic pollution in their farm. Second, and the fourth point is for the researchers to ensure a standardization of microplastic analysis process. So if you standardize, it's easier for comparison. It's easier to have collaboration between aquaculture managers and researchers for us to understand better, because there are various types of aquaculture system. Even in closed aquaculture system, diverse plastic products being used. So standardization and a good cross-field cooperation are needed here to understand further and develop microplastic pollution control. The last point is laws and regulation of plastic product. I think this has been highlighted in Europe, but it is something that we from Southeast Asia need to think of. The usage of plastic product and limited value and microplastic particle in aquaculture environment and product is necessary for us to develop a good microplastic pollution control. So from there, we will then move on to link that with SDGs. We know aquaculture and SDGs has been linked to SDG 2, 14 and 15, but I think here now it is also necessary to highlight SDG 12 in responsible consumption and production, especially from the plastic product usage and the impact to aquaculture final product. After understanding all these things, there is still a gap in understanding the microplastic particle to health. This is not only in aquaculture sector, but in overall microplastic particle to human health. So again, we need to keep develop and provide information for the risk assessment researchers to gather this data, develop complete toxicological data, so that the risk assessment can be done accurately at the end of the day. This not only be helpful for the scientists or regulators, but also for the aquaculture sectors to provide good quality product at the end of the day. So with that, that's the overall from my talk. I would like to say special thanks to the organizer and my special thanks to Dr. Ayulana Nafisha for this invitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Pravina. Please giving applause, virtual applause for her.
Thank you.
For giving such an informative presentation. So without further ado, I think some of audience today will have so many things to ask. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to the Q&A session. So we are glad to receive many questions, but maybe due to time limitation, we are going to select one by one. So please, you can raise your hand, and if we have still enough time, we will open another question. Okay, so we have one question here from Dr. Rifki. Yeah, please. we cannot hear you clearly. So yeah, can you, or you can just type your question in the chat box.
Yes, it will be also helpful. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, while waiting, okay, how, here. Okay, this is the question from Parifki. How we can decrease the microplastic pollutions from open and semi-closed system? Because we know that closed system cost more than two system, which is not all our society can afford it. Yeah, true.
Open and semi-closed, because closed cost more than two system. Yes, I personally think pollution from open and semi-closed, there'll be a good system is needed, especially when you are exploring your site selection for open and semi-closed. Although aquaculture is giving a good positive impact in terms of food source, we can't deny it also one of the major causes of degradation of water quality. This is environmental point of view, not from aquaculture point of view. So again, to decrease that, I do think the site selection, the process of site selection is crucial. The criteria of selection of the site is also another a point to be taken for us to decrease microplastic pollution. But what we have done so far from environmental point of view, the site selection was based on the selection by the farmers or the company, and then they have certain rules and regulation, and they'll start the operation going. But as highlighted just now, I think we need to stricken these criteria again to reduce microplastic pollution from open and semi-closed system.
Yeah, thank you so much for the answer. How is it, Mr. Rifki? I think, yeah, what we can do is avoiding the pollution comparing to the management itself after.
It's again business versus environment.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks for the answer. Okay.
Thank you
Okay,
so
for
much.
anyone, for any participant who willing to have questions, please, you can raise your hand or you can type the question in the chat box. I think I don't know. Okay, I think I have some questions because it's interesting to know that you are trying to see the closed system, but is it really another? I mean, yeah, probably we really need to analyze how it will goes to the human impact. I mean, is there another person's or another country's researcher that do this kind of research? I mean, like directly they try to analyze how the impact on the human.
Oh, human. I think it is really difficult to have a direct research on human. Number one, because you cannot directly cut my stomach and get my microplastic particle. So the only way left is to have in vitro digestion separately in the lab to understand the movement. You mimic the overall human digestion and to understand, okay, what was going to happen to the particle when it goes to your human digestion body. Secondly, there are, again, complex plastic polymers that being mixed to form a plastic product. So it is also difficult to generalize one PVC particle. These are the exact effect. And then example, one HDPE or polystyrene particle, this will be the exact effect because you have a mix of various plastic polymers. So that are few of the factors. There are many more, but these are two that I can think of that are the real challenges in understanding what will be the risk, a direct understanding of the microplastic particle to humans. So you need to have a mini-degree of in vitro digestion model or any toxicological analysis to understand that completely.
I see. Yeah, that's difficult. Yeah, but yeah, I think it's necessary to do. Yeah.
Right.
So we have question here from summer course participants. So here we have also summer course participants that are coming from some countries, including Malaysia. So maybe some of them have questions, please.
We have one in.
Who are you? No, this one.
Okay.
Still, we have question from summer school participant.
I see. Okay.
Please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's a bit unclear. But yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for the nice presentation. I would like to ask a question regarding the microplastic. As you mentioned in your presentation, that due to the use of excessive plastic during the aquaculture system, the material, plastic material in the aquaculture system. So because of that, we are facing microplastic pollution. So the only alternative solution will be if we use the non-plastic solution. So is it the final and alternative solution for the reduction of microplastic pollution? Like, is it the final one? And
no.
and my other question is, if we culture the fish together with the microplastic solution, and if we culture the fish without any microplastic solution in a aquaculture system, so what will be the physiological changes that we can apparently see in the fishes and the culture of fish, and what will be like the main changes that we can see between these two cultures of fishes? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think I heard that clearly. Yeah. The first one, this finding showing or directing to use non-plastics product in aquaculture operating system. No, the thing is, plastic will definitely be the best product to be used in aquaculture because of their low cost, because of their flexibility, because of their various usage. But what we are trying to say is there must be a standardized document or even a regulation or a policy document to advise us the maximum duration a product to be used in aquaculture. As an example, if you still remember the plastic tubes that I showed you, more research is needed, more understanding is needed to provide this information. Example, how many years one plastic tubes can be used in aquaculture tank. I don't have the data, or I don't think this data is available, but more research needs to be done because your climate, your type of usage definitely going to affect the durability of each and every plastic product. So I am not suggesting is a non-plastic product need to be used. No, I'm still think there must be a economical reason why plastic products being used in the operation. But here, the information that we need to investigate further is the maximum duration one certain plastic product used in the operation. Secondly, I think the question is what are the physiological changes of the fish due to microplastic particle. I am so sorry. My research was more on that analysis part, environmental health part. I do have a researcher who collaborate with me on the physiological changes, but I did not include in this part because I completely don't know what are the changes that he observed in the fish. All right. I think, yeah, I've answered both.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Safa Manggala Pravina. So I think it's already the limit of the
Okay.
time, but is it okay if you are answer the questions after? I mean,
Yes, yes, sure.
I will send to you the question, and please give the question, the
Yeah.
answer, and I will send it to the participant after.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah. So before closing the today's keynote speaker, so I would like to say briefly about what Professor Pravina said today. So aquaculture sector is the major food supply, which is increasing every year. In Asia, for example, as the worldwide aquaculture producers, and there are three different kind of aquaculture system: open aquaculture system, semi-closed, and also closed system, which has the two other system. It has the environmental vulnerability because it needs water inputs from the adjacent waters, but the closed system itself, it also in the operation, it used plastic product in all the systems. And then in Malaysia case, in the closed system, microplastic were detected in all fish species in several farms. In case of this is farm A and B, which has a smaller size with 233 until 469 micrometer. Because of the abrasive force of using plastic products in all the farms. And the microplastic particles are depend on the products and durations of the using of the products. The contact of water with the products, it also affecting the microplastics abundance. And the human health risk is necessary to be analyzed here. So far, still hard to be analyzed. And some strategy role of marine and aquaculture in the SDGs is to monitoring the method for microplastics in the aquaculture system and standardization of the microplastic pollutions and the laws and regulation of plastic products. It's necessary to be done. Yeah. So yeah, this is the end of the session of Professor Pravina. Do you have any last sentence, maybe, Professor Pravina, please?
Thank you, Dr. Ayu. Thank you again for the organizer, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, and of course to my dearest friend, Dr. Ayu Lana Nafisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And here we have also the certificate granted as for you. Yeah, please for the. Okay, here. Later, I will send it to you.
Yes, yes, sure.
So this is the certificate. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Dr. Ayu.
this honorable topics. Yeah, thank you for being here. Okay, please give applause again for Professor Pravina. Thank you so much, and I will give it back to the MC today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayu.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for our honorable keynote Associate Professor Sarfa Manggala Pravina and our moderator today, Mrs. Ayulana Nafisha.
Okay, the final keynote will be moderated by Ms. Dita Wisidewati, SPI MSI. To Ms. Dita, time is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Make sure, could you please hear my voice?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am the session for Dr. Tan. Dr. Tan Hyuk Hui. And hereby I'm Gita Wisudiawati as a representative from the Department of Aquaculture, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, will help as moderator in the session with Dr. Tan. Before starting the session, let me introduce briefly about Dr. Tan. Okay, so Dr. Tan is a senior manager at this museum collections as an archaeologist in LKCNHM, which is located in Lee Kong Chien Natural History Museum, formerly the Raffles Museum of Biodiversity Research, National University of Singapore, to Conservatory Drive, Singapore, the Republic of Singapore. So there are actually a lot of academic honors and actually academic experience of Dr. Tan, but I will mention some of them due to the limitation of the time. So for the academic honors, he's also research fellow in University Malaysia, Sarawak, or UNIMAS, Institute of Biodiversity and Environment, IBEZ, 1st July 2021 to 30th June of 2023. The honorary research associate in University Malaysia, Sarawak, or UNIMAS, Institute of Biodiversity and Environment, IBEZ, 1st April 2019 to 31st March of 2021. And the other, a lot of academic experience, such as invited speaker, keynote speakers, also workshop, and then publications that I'm sorry, cannot mention one by one due to the limitation of the time. So hereby for Dr. Tan Hui Hook Hui, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. Yeah, can you see the first slide? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So a warm welcome to this morning. So for today's talk, I'm going to go from a personal perspective on discovery of freshwater fish from Sundaland. My main experience is from the islands of Sumatra, Borneo, and Peninsular Malaysia, including Singapore. So just a brief introduction. Since my graduation, I've been a museum officer, lecturer at NUS, and back then at Raffles Museum. And later when Lee Kong Chien Natural History Museum got installed in 2015, I was appointed curator and subsequently collections manager. So I've done all my previous degrees in NUS, mainly on systematics and taxonomy, with a little bit on molecular or phylogeny. So I count among my mentors as Maurice Kotler and Prof. Peter Ng. And I've done various faunistic surveys, and as well as specific fish groups like fighting fish and Borneo suckers. So since I entered National University of Singapore, I've done a fair amount of freshwater surveys in Southeast Asia, and including marine expeditions as well. And yeah, so my current work now covers also conservation work in Singapore mainly, and collaborative projects with foreign scientists. So I'm an ichthyologist by training, mainly by morphology, and yeah, currently I've described more than 100 species of freshwater fish from Southeast Asia. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Darul Hassan and the committee for inviting me to give this talk at Universitas Airlangga and for InCoFiMS 2023. This talk would not be possible if not for funding from the museum and NUS and field assistance from various people. So first of all, the overview. My area of research is Southeast Asia. I will go into separate topics, mainly based on my thesis work previously. So there is faunistic survey of river basins. I will cover one in central Sumatra, and then I will highlight unique habitats like peat swamps and subsequently rapids or hill streams. And I'll cover lastly a bit of conservation issues that's faced within Southeast Asia. So just to give you an impression where Southeast Asia is, it's coincidentally, it fits into the ASEAN as well. And what's interesting about Southeast Asia is the diversity of freshwater fish. This numbers reflected here is a bit outdated, but it still holds true. As in the numbers have gone up, but the trend is similar. So in South America and Africa, you can see a number of species, quite a number. But take note, Southeast Asia, we have almost double the number of fish families. Okay, the reason being we have a lot more coastline, and that allows a lot of marine brackish elements into freshwater. So coincidentally, Southeast Asia is also part of the Coral Triangle. Okay. The recent increase in fish discoveries, there's use of modern species concepts, no longer just biological species concept. There's taxonomic fish concept, the phylogenetic fish concept, etc. And also with modern technology, you use digital format for photography, and that really has quickened the pace of documentation. And we realize now as well, this term called cryptic species, what previously was known to occupy a wide range, but now it seems like they are actually comprised of several distinct populations or species. And the use of modern tools, molecular sequencing, that helps, but it's not the only tool. I believe very strongly that if using morphology, you can differentiate species, that's the best. Your molecular tool should be a secondary tool to support your evidence. And exploration of not really neglected habitats, but habitats which were previously thought to be poorly surveyed or thought to be very poor in diversity. So in this region, there have been previous studies on surveys of river basins. For instance, in Mekong by Renborg, he covered about 500 species, but in his latest publication, he has increased the number to really incredible, like 5,000. But that, if you read into it, he includes brackish elements and including the freshwater plume into the Gulf of Thailand and Mekong. So that even includes things like whale sharks. Okay. Then more pertinent is a Kapos in West Kalimantan by Roberts in 1989, which was actually based on the 1976 expedition. Okay. It's still very current information, despite some of the more recent taxonomic updates. And this is based mainly on my master's work, and it was published it was completed in 1999, but published as a paper in 2009. So comparatively, yes, similar kind of diversity in Kapuas and Batanghari in Central Sumatra. So just to give you a general run through of Batanghari, for information, some of these publications are easy to download, maybe not from the parent journal, but if you try the LKC NHM website or ResearchGate in my profile, some of these are available. So this is an archival image of Jambi found in 1997, dry season, because this is actually the fish market and this is the river bank. During high water, the water reaches almost to the edge of the market. Okay, so Jambi town is here. I did samplings around all the way up to Danau Kerinci, Gunung Tujuh, and various spots like this, and even Sabak and Kongko. So this is a representation of the species composition of fish in Batanghari Basin. As you can see, Cypriniforms a fairly large chunk, about 42%, that still holds. Next would be, I think, Suriform and Turkiforms, which is cover a similar range. So if you compare so-called downstream Hilia and upstream Ulu kind of composition, the composition does change. The Cypriniforms increase by quite substantial amount, almost twice of that of downstream. And if you compare Batanghari, Kapuas, Rejang, Mahakam, Kinabatangan, Endau, and Pahang, based on published information, the number of species composition is fairly similar. Cypriniforms always dominate, followed by ciliary forms, and then or Pucciforms. So during the course of study, of course, not all species were discovered new on the spot. Some takes time to understand, and then also it takes time to gather material from other places to compare. So these are just some of the species that have been described. And those in yellow were not not described by my team, or is yet to be described. So just to highlight a few of these, Brevibora chia, which was described only in 2011. Okay, it's found in both Malay Peninsula and Sumatra and some of the Indonesian islands as well. This is Amortus. Again, based on the material from Sumatra, we have done a revision in 2008. But unfortunately, it seems like it's not complete because there are more populations of this endematic cyprinid from elsewhere in Indonesian islands. Larger fish like Lobocylus, Prosochilus, this is the based on market fish. So when you are in Indonesia, it pays to visit the local market, especially for freshwater fish. These are fishes that are not normally easily obtained by using your own methods or nets. So you need fishermen's help. Ostochilus, again, from highlands in central Sumatra. Pectinocyprus. Okay, this is a very strange little fish. The fish is not larger than like 5 centimeters, but it's a planktivore. So if you look at the dissected fish with the gill cover removed, the number of gill rakers already tell you interesting stories. Very fine, very numerous, so they use it like a filter feeding device. As to the diet, not enough is actually discovered yet or researched upon. They feed on mainly freshwater plankton, diatoms. Okay. Sand loaches like Nemocylus. I think the diversity is still more to be discovered. Pangeos, again, more to be discovered. Some of these have, I think, great potential for the ornamental fish trade or already being exploited. Again, food fish, the local people have been eating new species for years, for decades, without knowing. It's only when scientists go there to look and discover, oh, it's interesting, it's different. So, yeah, these are more recent images of Anchylopilatus. Actually, I think one of the first images of Pilatus. Hylobagrus flavus and Betafalx were already in the ornamental fish trade and were then later discovered to be unique kinds. Beta renata, a big yellow beta with the throat markings. Again, this is a big complex. Still being discovered. Luciocathalus, which is pikehead, the freshwater pikehead. This is Aura, one of the more interesting ones, because the normal ones have brown blotches, but this has bright green-yellow spots on the sides. So some uncommon fish encountered. So local markets, as I mentioned. So this is at, I think, almost into West Sumatra province, but the drainage still flows into Batanghari. So this is on a weekend market. And unfortunately, we couldn't keep this specimen because it was too big. It was 7 kilograms, so we only managed to take a photograph of a very uncommon species of cyprinid, Labio Erythropterus, first described from Java and then also found in central Sumatra. I think this is one of the few fresh photographs of it. And this is one of the juvenile from central Sumatra. Yeah. And you have other less known groups of cyprinids like Diplocylus, Hampala ampelong. Again, both are food fish. And also Schismatorhynchus, Heterorhynchus, known from central Sumatra and western Borneo. Again, this was obtained from fish market. So these are fishes that a typical fish scientist will not be able to access using their own tools. Again, from the fish market, Lobocylus, Ostochilus. Some of these have ornamental fish trade potential. Syncrosis reversa and Master Campbellus color. And the sheath catfish of Siluridae, Stertoglanus and Hemisilurus. They are of scientific interest and very uncommon in museum collections. Of course, some of these fish have since been listed on CITES. Pistis microdon or Pistis pistis is now known. These are juveniles found in freshwater or near river mouth. Now I'll go into more unique habitats. Okay, these are habitats that are pertinent or found only in Southeast Asia, especially peat swamps. Now, the word peat actually originates from the European definition of peat, which actually comes from a very different origin. It originates from undecayed moss, sphagnum moss, whereas the Southeast Asian version of peat, which releases all these acidic qualities, it's from undecayed plant material, so like leaf, bark, trunks. So it's typical of this habitats with very low pH, as low as 3. Water is very high levels of tannin and humic acids. And the water is of low pH, fairly low oxygen, very low nutrients, and it can be stagnant to flowing kind of water conditions. This shows a very interesting kind of a flooded peat swamp forest kind of habitat. You can see these are exposed roots. So in high water, the water level goes up more than that, more than I think another 2 meters or so. So as I mentioned earlier, so these peat swamps are normally located behind mangroves or along large rivers, but there are some others, more historic, geologically long history ones located further inland, like Santorum Lakes, Mahakam Lakes, which have black water sources. And yes, so black waters, they appear black on reflection, but when you take a glass and swoop up, it's actually clear, crystal clear, but looking very strong orange, kind of like strong tea. Okay, and some peat deposits, as we now discover, are as deep as 15 meters. Okay. The plant species are not quite unique to these conditions, but they're adapted to waterlogged conditions. So they have breathing roots. Okay. For larger, higher vertebrates and insects, no real endemics, but the real endemics are in the aquatic realm, like crustaceans, fishes, and some amphibians. So these are some examples. Okay. So I'll provide more on fishes, since that's the area of my interest. So just to give you an example of some of the endemic peat swamp elements, which are non-fish. So this is an aquatic crustacean. A specialized frog or a toad. From some papers, they have listed out areas of extinction, rates of extinction on the prediction is the rates are going to go up, and partly due to loss of habitat. Okay. So this one, there's no timeline, but it just shows the extent of historical peat swamp, which is red, and then green, which is present. I think now the green shading is less. So some not so recent photographs of peat swamps. This is along the way into, I think, flying to Miri, and then Miri to Barrio. So we flew over Baram Basin. And this is an oxbow lake, and it's flooded peat swamp, black colored. This is in central Kalimantan, Sabangau area. Unfortunately, the vegetation is a veneer. Behind it is actually cleared peat and peatlands on the exterior, not in the reserve. So to bring up an example, Peninsular Malaysia, this is the North Selangor peat swamp forest. And earlier studies, like for instance, Mawson and Ambak in 1983, they claimed that peat swamps actually devoid of fish and full of mosquitoes. I think the impression was based on not pristine peat swamps, but peat swamps near human habitation has been degraded. So Professor Ng and his colleagues discovered a whole unique community when they did surveys there. And now it can be as many as more than 100 species. So for their earlier studies, they discovered quite a few new records, new genera, and new species for North Selangor peatsong forest. So this is one of them that's endemic to Selangor peatsongs, Bacalivida. So this is I wouldn't call this the current state of affairs, but because this was photographed in 2009, very sadly. When we first visited this area, North Selangor, both sites had peat swamps. Unfortunately, one site has been cleared for oil palm, and presently in 2009, when we visited it, they have canalized or straightened out the streamline, and it's for drainage of the peat swamp. So one of the aspects about peat swamp is waterlogged, and the water table is pretty high. So what they want to do is lower the water table so that they can use it for planting of commercial crops. So this is a pictorial depiction of why peat swamps have so many air-breathing fish. Because at times of low water flow, these fishes have accessory breathing organs, apparatus, and they can assimilate oxygen from atmospheric air via special gill chambers or through the gut system. Okay. So these are some of the examples of the fish found in black waters in North Selangor peatsong forest, and were described from there. So Beta-Hipposiderus, Parausomnus hardei, Anchilocaris capisoma. This one is not described from there, but also found there. Neohomoloptera johorensis. And in our through the decades, our studies of peat swamps, we discovered that several groups of fish have very high percentage of representation in the family level, like Phronimidae, Ahuridae. At the genus level, Pedocipris and Sundadanio seems to be exclusively only found in acid water or peat swamps, Cortellalimia and Neohomoloptera. And of course, there are other groups like Anchilocaris as well, from other orders of fish. So, one of the interesting things about being in an environment of extreme acidity, high acidity, and low nutrients is there's a disproportionate number of miniature fish. So when you're talking about miniature fish, there are two forms of miniaturization in freshwater fish. In fact, for all fishes. One is they are generally adult looking, but just much smaller in size. And then the other kind of miniaturization is they actually retain or look like larval fish. So this is the one that looks like larval fish, Pedocipris progenetica, described in 2006. The scale bar is here, 1 cm or 10 millimeters. So the adults are less than that. And you can tell that there's also sexual dimorphism. The male is above, the females below. The males have enlarged pelvic fin girdle with modified fins. Okay. And another species described from Central Sarawak, okay, Micrometates. And finally, the latest one to be described, Cabunculus from Central Kalimantan. Again, these are showing males on top, females below. And this particular female, this yellowish mass here, these are developing gonads or eggs. And the sister group, Sundadanio, again a miniature but slightly larger. They tend to be under an inch or 2.5 cm. Okay. So in this 2011 review, we described 7 new species of Sundadanio. So originally it was thought to be only one, Exorodi, but in the end we discovered 8. In total now there are 8. Just briefly run through. And also in the process, we described a new genus of fish that looked like Sundadanio, but we called it Fangfangia after the late Fangfang, another archaeologist. And loaches, which are miniatures. Okay, this is about 2 centimeters. And you can see from the yellow mass here, there's actually a gravid female. They like to occupy very acidic habitats in heath and peat swamp. And Cortellalimia Aquatic. This particular stream here, I must have spent like 2 or 3 hours just to get this number of fish. So it does take time to sift through the debris just to get fish, and they're very small. Yep. So these are the other kinds of miniatures which look like adult of the fish, but just smaller. So for instance, the genus Osteichilus, this is Osteichilus melanoplurus, which grows up to about 60 to 80 cm, commonly found in fish markets in Indonesia. But there's three of them, which are miniatures. They're not bigger than 8 cm. So Spilurus, Pentalineatus, and Patylineatus, all from the genus Osteichilus, all found in acid waters. And they don't grow larger than 8 cm compared to the previous one, up to 80 cm. Next, we have Claridae. So this is genus Clarius, typically larger than 30 cm, some up to 60 cm, but the African species can be up to 1.5 meters. Okay, really big fish. So Anchyloclaris, very cryptic, very secretive fish, not longer than 20 cm. So this is Anchyloclaris medialis from central Kalimantan. From the family Siluridae. So most of the silurids can be quite large, like this Bellodontis. This is about at least 60 cm, and some which are really, really large and of economical importance, like Walago or Tapa. It can get up to 2 meters long. This is considered a small individual. The gape of this fish is larger than this guy's head, as you can see. So for silurids, there are also miniatures, also found in peat swamps, like this one, Ompom weberi, which is matures at, grows the largest we ever found, less than 5 cm. Okay, and then Silurichthys, there are two which, actually most of them are found in acid water, but there are two which are only found in peat swamps, Sanguinus and Ligneolus, again, less than 6 cm. And Ostronemids. So the most famous example, the largest, is Ostronemids gourami. This is Exodon from Mekong. It can get up to about 80 cm, but there are miniature ones from the Beta Copaina group and Pausrominus, which only matures at less than 4 cm. So this is a group of miniature reds, Brownorum, Hendra, Rutilans, Ubris. They're all less than 3 or 4 cm. Okay. They're found in shallow pools in the peat swamp. And Pausrominus is slightly deeper, cooler running waters. Okay. Again, anywhere from 2.5 to less in length for adults. So Pausrominus alani, Ornaticauda, Rubimontis, and Pavulus illustrator. Yeah. So next, we're looking at other miniatures or other diversity of peat swamp fishes. So there's Desmopinthes oshi and Rhombooculatus. Some of them are co-occurring in central Kalimantan, but Rhombooculatus also found in West Kalimantan. Yes, and through our studies, we verified some of the earlier confirmation that some unusual pattern fish actually start out live with bars and end up with stripes. So this particular example is a famous example where the adults and the juveniles were actually given different names initially by different researchers. And subsequently, this was resolved as different. Another related one, Desmopinthes type. So end up only with three stripes. So there are some which look very similar, like these. They may be found co-occurring, so there might be some form of a disrupted patterning or even a mimicry. So another example, Desmopinthes gemellus and Osteichilus pentalineatus. And one of the more recent discoveries as well from peat swamps, Vesbora petriapi. Original specimens found in collections look like this, which was initially identified as Anchylvini, but we realized that the patches are a bit the black stripe has a bit of odd patterning. It was only when we obtained fresh specimens we realized, oh, they look totally different. And this is a famous case of mimicry, already mentioned by the discoverer, who was Dunker in, I think, 1900s. So that's why he called this Crossocylus pseudobagroides, because he called this initially pseudobagrus lecanthus. Okay. And Apangio, or a worm eel. This is only found in peat swamps and has absence of pelvic fins. A horse-faced loach, but specializing in black waters, Catalemia hipporhynchus. Babuka, larger kind of baum, Amoebagrus olyroides. More Silurichthys, Chilocaris again. And just to highlight the point, even in Singapore, where it's so little forest left, we have only one patch of swamp forest, and yet we can find new discoveries by accident, by the way. And it's a fairly healthy population. And a little bit more about this is that under IUCN Red List, it was actually assessed as possibly extinct because the previous locations were in Pahang and Kota Tinggi, but no one had found fresh specimens since the 1980s. And we thought it could be extinct. But now, with the founding of the Singapore population, the status is corrected, uplifted, critically endangered because of the area of extent of discovery. Angler catfish, Chaka serica. Half-beaks. This tend to be found together. Belontia, a Javanese Comtium, originally found from Java, possibly no longer available in Java, but there's a wider distribution. Spirichthys, chocolate grammies, distributed. The whole genus is found in black waters from Peninsular Malaysia, Sumatra, and Borneo, and altogether 4 species known. This is Velanti. The brightly colored one is actually the female. Okay. Pearl gourami, very popular, very stable bread and butter fish in the ornamental fish trade, but originally from acid waters and peat swamps. A blackwater snakehead. Now there's a craze on snakehead monster fishes. So this is one of the species that is traded. And emperor snakehead, or Chanapura ophthalma. The adults are really, really colorful and dark, but very fierce. So this is just a case study again in the fighting fish. Pre-1990s, 23 species known, and post-1990, the numbers exploded to more than 70. So there's quite a big fair number of increase, okay? And out of which 40 species were described by less than 4 authors. So, and then out of this 70 valid species, about half are restricted to peat swamps. So it shows to you the importance of peat swamps and also the discovery. Okay, just to highlight some of them: Betta brownorum, Betta miniopina, Betta uberis, Betta pardolautus. Okay, and pars forminis also a similar trend, from 8 species pre-1990 to post-1990 of 24 species. Okay, so these are some of the species, like recently described one as well, pars forminis barbarii. So now I delve into the other kind of extreme habitat, very fast-flowing water found in areas of slight elevation, the rapids. So they are typically like this, with rocky, sandy bottoms and with strong water flow. Okay. And usually the water here is clear when it's not raining, and very prone to flash floods, so it's dangerous to sometimes survey this kind of waters. And before I delve into the Sundaland loach diversity, just to give you an appreciation of what loaches are like around. Okay, so loaches in they are mainly Asian, okay, all the way to South Asia. So these are the number of genera and roughly the number of species involved. They exhibit high endemism, okay, due to their so-called benthic habitat. benthic habit, as it's sticking to the bottom, and relatively low mobility. It means they don't really move too far out from the place where they stay. So there were preliminary studies done in Sabah where they do not occur more than 100 or 200 meters, the range. So they found in flowing waters, so they have high oxygen demand. Okay. It also includes things like swamp forest edge, peat swamp edge, and even some cave streams have these fish. So just do not be concerned about so much about the name, but look at the diversity of form. And part of the diversity is also in the structure of the mouth, the oral section. So some have very small mouth, some have very large mouth, and some have very interesting lip morphology. So a lot of loaches, you have to look at the mouth. Okay. So I wouldn't say much about this section, but just look at diversity. So this is a very interesting one that's only found in caves in Chiang Mai, total darkness. And it actually crawls on thin films of water. Okay. Very, very interesting. So some of them are found only in Sumatra, for instance, like Homelopterula. Some are more widespread. Okay, some are from South China. There's one that's only like gastromyzon. It's only found in Borneo, for instance. It's a very the mouth is almost as wide as its head. Okay, then not so loach looking, like more like a sand loach, Genopsis, Myzon, hypergastromyzon with a very small mouth. Okay, some have been named after the river basin, the river Katibasia in Sarawak. Neogastromyzon, Protomyzons, Cervelia, found only in Laos and Vietnam. Cynogastromyzon in China, Babuka. Serpenticobitis, only found in Laos and Thailand. Very interesting one, Lepidopithecus. It looks almost blind because it's found in deep waters in large rivers. And other kinds of loaches, horse-faced loach. Okay. The botids, the most famous one, Chromobotia, is traded in millions every year. Okay. And a very anamactic one, Elopostoma. This particular one is found in southern Thailand, but Borneo and Sumatra has another species. Okay, Tylus. Draconectis, fairly recently described from caves in Halong Bay. Diversity in form. Some of the largest one, this is like 20 cm, but I think it can max out at 30 cm. Caesar tail loach, for instance, Valentella. And Garinochilus. Some species, or one of them in particular, is very popular in Korean trade. We call it the SAE, or the Siamese algae. Okay. And for my own PhD study, I revised the genus Gastromyzon, but I also covered Neogastromyzon and a bit of Hypergastromyzon. So this kind of work involves visiting and examining museum specimens, and including fresh collections, which helps a lot. And it shows that color is a useful character. Okay, so for instance, this is Gastromyzon tinocephalus, the actual type material, freshly collected material, and live material. So it goes to show how vastly different the actual organism is. Okay, and there's a species called Bonensis, Gastromyzon bonensis. The original specimen has secondary rostrum, and initially a lot of these specimen species around northern Borneo were all lumped under the same name. But when you go to the original location where Bonensis was described from, the species had no barring pattern. And it turns out that all those with bars are different species. So this is the artificial species grouping. Okay. So out of all these, only Bonensis, Monticola were described by earlier workers. All the rest are new, or were described by me and co-authors. And typically, Gastromyzon have they occur several species in the same stream. So like for instance, this in South Sarawak, 3. So we initially called this bars and spots. And there was even this thought that went through my mind, oh, maybe the bars and spots is a hybrid of the spots and the bars. But turned out, no, they're not. And it turns out that the one with only bar only found in the fastest flowing part of the stream, whereas the other two are more widespread. And in places like Brunei, this is in Belalong, we get co-occurring, 6 species or 5 species. And there are other places like that as well, with many species co-occurring in the same habitat, like in Danum Valley. And finally, 15 years after publication of Borneo suckers book, I managed to get fresh material of Hypergastromyzon eubranchus and created a new name for it, Incaria, to be placed into it. And this is Hypergastromyzon. This is Incaria. And another group of hillstream fish, Lobocylus. For the longest time, there were 2 names used extensively for fish from Borneo and Sumatra. They were typically called Lobocylus bo or Lobocylus yanensis. And with fresh material from type locality in East Kalimantan, the true identities were ascertained, and we discovered that there were actually 6 new species. Okay, so this is the original one, Lobocylus bo. It gets fairly large, up to about 35 cm standard length, meaning it's without the tail. So that's Bo, Kahanensis, Falcifer, Lahat, Schwannefeldi. These are all described species. This is a new one, Irinechis, very, very spiny, like a hedgehog. Exochilus, Terminalis, Ovalis, Tenura, and the most interesting one, Unicornis, originally from Danum. The large females have this projection on the forehead. And one other from the lowlands in Mahakam, Lobocylus aurominiatus. Gara, this is what we call a disjunct distribution. The diversity of Gara is in Indochina and Southern China, but Borneo has originally only known of 1 species. But in 2015, Americans described a 2nd species, and I think there's more. Okay. So this is Gara bonensis, Gara robertsi, and possibly a new one, with a much flatter head. So now, I come to the last part. Based on all the fieldwork, you do see a lot of destruction, you do see a lot of damage. There are glimmers of hope. People cooperate. So this is a picture of me together with a local collector in North Itam in Peninsula, Malaysia. This is supposed to be a forest reserve, and yet illegal logging happened. So you can see this red and white tape. It's actually seized logs that were logged from the forest. But unfortunately, with a situation like this, it's already logged. What can you do? To replant some of these areas, it will take you 2 or 3 decades. So these trees were probably logged within a week or less. So it doesn't equate the amount of loss that currently have. So there's another case in hand. This species, Rasbora lacrimula, described by Indonesian scientists Reni Hadiati and Maurice Kotela in 2009, published in June, and by December, it was already an ornamental fish trade in the hundreds. So sometimes sensitive information should be withheld, especially location-wise. Otherwise, they'll be exploited like this. So, case in hand, Chromobotia. This fish, upon monsoon seasons and with the decline of the water level, the adults actually start to go into feeder streams to spawn. And you get fry, millions and millions of them. And up to 1 million is caught per year. And the whole industry, there are collectors who survive just only on the collection period and just selling Chromobotia in the trade. So this happens in Sumatra and in both West and Central Kalimantan. Okay. And what you see in the ornamental fish trade, they're all driven out. 2 cm to 5 cm. Because this fish matures at about 30 cm. I mean, it can get up to that big. Another exploited species, Spherictis velanti. Every time the water level drops, fishes are caught in hundreds and sold. This is this was, if you notice, the color of the slide is a bit off because it was taken with slide film and scan. This is the low water level. I think is Danau Arang in Jambi. So when low water, there's less water and the fishes are caught more easily. So these are the original occupation of these two guys. They actually catch this fish to feed cage fish, culture fish. But at the same time, they realize that some of these smaller fish has more value than others. So they are separating them and selling them separately to the ornamental fish trade. So they get better income in that sense. Huge man-sized traps. This is a Sabangau, Central Kalimantan. They're for catching tapa. And the general trend when you ask fishermen is that, yes, fish is getting less, size of fish is getting smaller. So those are definite trends of overfishing. This is a very damaging form of fishing. At low water levels, the net is not there, but only the poles. So basically, they cordon off almost the entire width of the stream. As when the water level drops, they put this net over. Notice how fine mesh it is. And at the end of it, there's a pocket. So as the water lowers, everything from this tributary is caught. Most of it, the larger species are sold as food. The smaller ones, they are all used for food to feed cage fish. And these cage fish typically tend to be tilapia or giant snakehead, which is Chana micropeltis. But also they have realized that some of ornamental value, so they are selling it as such. This one is done at a smaller scale. Yeah. So when you fly around, you realize there's a messy forest like this degraded forest, but it's messy. And you notice a lot of places, very regular lines, contours. Okay, sorry, these are plantations. And they tend to be a lot of oil palm plantation. So it's, I've had experiences where I flew from Kota Kinabalu all the way to Tawau, and about 80 or 90% of the way, all you see is oil palm. It's quite a sad sight. Of course, logging is still ongoing. This was photographed in 2005 in Bintulu. These are barges full of log trees. But locals have been saying, yeah, the trees are getting smaller and smaller. So the larger ones have already been selectively logged. Now they're going for smaller size ones. And the cheapest form of land clearing is still fire, unfortunately. This is what it looks like. And the first initial stages, if there are rains, after that, there's a lot of erosion. And that creates a lot of siltation problems in freshwater stream systems and leaching of nutrients. Another thing that is ongoing, illegal gold mining. Okay? There's mercury poisoning and etc. And not to mention disturbing of the gravel bed. Canalizing of peat swamps, like this witnessed in Pahang. So basically, once it's canalized, the habitat is destroyed, the microhabitat is gone. Okay. Illegal logging, so sawmills done on the spot here. Yeah. So, a bit more local to me, at least. In Singapore, there was talk to put this up as a poster for cichlids of Singapore. Now, the family Cichlidae is mainly South American and African, although there are some found in South Asia, like Etroplus, this one here. But in Singapore, we have all these found in Singapore. So they are either from the ornamental fish trade or food trade, like tilapia. Okay. And one of the up-and-coming invaders is from India, Etroplus. They even spawn in freshwater all the way to seawater. And some of the unfortunate introductions of alien fish into freshwater ecosystems are from aquaculture. So this is a photograph in Sarawak. You can see there's paku. There's, I believe it's jelawat, but the Indo-Chinese form species. And then there's rohu from India, and there's tilapia hybrid. So anything that uses a mud pond, there's always a chance of escaping when there are floods or a cage. Okay. Yes. So local cod fish is the way to go, but sometimes organically done with the maggots on there. Yeah, growth factors, I guess. So there are, like, for instance, using a flagship species to conserve a habitat. So perhaps it's time to rethink maybe using places where anammatic species like Sparopagus is, create that as a flagship species to conserve a wetland. So in summary, I've covered all these topics. And yes, any questions?
Okay, thank you very much for the time and the opportunity from Dr. Tan with your topics that really interesting about fish species around the different habitats with their uniqueness level. Is there any questions from the participants regarding these topics, please?
Okay, I'm looking through some of the questions raised. Let me see. There's one here. It says, I'm Tias from Airlangga. Thanks for your explanation. Why did you choose species research and identification in Indonesia? And what's the next step after discovery of a new species, like the classification or the fish that can be cultivated or conservation? Basically, what I'm doing is just baseline survey and documenting what kind of fish there is there. And when you try to identify the fish using published information, you will discover that sometimes it's impossible to key out. And over the years, you discover that there are certain groups of fish that you like better, and then you work more on. And you then are more, how should I say, more aware of what species there are. And you need a library of comparative material that you can refer to, or you can borrow specimens from other museums, then you describe it if it's not described. And the classification of fish, basically there are standardized taxonomical methods. But when you talk about for cultivation and other conservation, I'm afraid I don't do cultivation. That's another group. It's under fisheries or ornamental fish trade, or artificial breeding or ex situ conservation. So I do help conservation in terms of in situ information, perhaps applying the parameters for ex situ conservation. Yeah. I hope that answers the question. Any other questions?
Yeah, if there is another questions, please.
Yes, I have.
There is from Dr. Feril Hassan. Please, the time is yours.
Yes. Thank you, moderator. Direct question, Dr. Tan.
Yes.
Okay. Based on your expedition, are there any species that really surprised you, and why?
Really surprised me.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Dr. Hassan, for the question. What comes to mind was one of the maybe a species I described in 2013, forest half-beak, Hemiramphidon sesamum. So when I first obtained the fish, as with sometimes what I do is I would examine the fish in the field after preservation. And initially I thought, oh, there's quite a bit of dirt. Sometimes when you collect fish, there's bits of leaf, detritus. So I tried to wash the fish. Yeah, look, it's still dirty. There's black specks on the dorsal fin. I keep washing it. And I realized, it can't be washed off. Then I realized, this is unusual. Because for Hemiramphidon, you don't tend to get black specks on the dorsal fin. And that's when I realized I'm possibly looking at a new species. So when I brought the specimens back, I tried to compare it, key it out, and I told myself, yes, this is a new species. Very good. So now I will bring out other species from the group. So I took out Hemiranthrodon, Kucantali, Pogononathus, Chrysophantatus, Tengah, just to compare. In any normal taxonomic study, that's how you go about describing a new species. And in the course of this work, I discovered that northern and southern Sarawak had two distinct populations. And East Kalimantan had another distinct species of Hemiranthrodon as well. So in the process, I found more problems in a sense to solve. So this is one of the more interesting ones, where the discovery of one species actually led to discovery of two additional ones. So it helps to have comparative material. So all this work was done mainly on the base of morphology, no molecular information done. But it goes to show that it helps to have a good library of material. Yeah. I hope that sort of answers the question. Because for surprising discoveries, I not really discovered something that surprising yet. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, is there any other questions, please?
I think in the chat there is one question more.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. It says
That's
here.
from Mr. Sabto.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it says, thank you for your nice presentation. One question. Besides morphology based, do you use molecular approach to confirm of genetic characteristics? So as I mentioned earlier, I don't use genetic information, but I do collaborate with people who require genetic information. And so far, we may have discovered some new ones, but it's still not published at the moment. But so far, most of the species that I've described, genetically, they're distinct. So it goes to show that, yeah, morphology still works. And sometimes genetic information might show that they're distinct, but when you look at the morphological characters, you can't tell them apart. So there can be several explanations as such. One is possibly we're not looking hard enough. We have to find more new morphological aspects. And two, this could be a recently speciated species because there's no magic number to the percentage of difference in terms of genetic material. Because this has been supported both ways, especially in cases of cichlids, where morphologically they look very distinct, but molecularly very similar, or the other way around. Morphologically, they look very similar, but genetically very distinct. Again, it all boils down to what's the evolutionary history. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tan, for your answer.
Okay, is there any questions? Okay, if there is no questions, I will have a questions for you, Dr. Tan. So, suppose if there is environmental changes, is there any occurrence in your research that the environmental changes on the structure or habitat can affect their morphology, or there is sometimes a transformation of their morphology, and also the dominance of fish species, for example? Thank you.
It's possible. Anecdotal information that I have, like for instance, in Danum Valley, from one of the researchers, Babodis Ciliae, he found that fishes that are found in the main course of the river, flowing water, and in stagnant pools of water, they exhibit different body forms. So for instance, the ones found in fast-flowing water tend to have a more streamlined, narrow body, whereas the ones in standing water tends to be a bit more deep-bodied. But again, we're not sure what's the timeline or whether it's temporary. or otherwise. But I've noticed that some fishes typically found in a different kind of water conditions do exhibit different color pattern or intensity of color pattern. So, for instance, Resbora cephalotanea. In large rivers, murky waters, the color tends to be very muted. In clear waters, the markings are very distinct. And in peat swamps, or places where there's peat input, black waters, the colors are extreme. Even the fins turn red or orange, like stains. Because I don't have the particular slide at hand, but I do a series of fish photography seminar, and I highlighted as well the environment has effects on the fish color. Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
if you're talking about dominance of a particular species, yes, I have done before like the BIA, biological impact studies, mainly in Singapore, where we find alien species. It doesn't mean that it's not a good result, but it tells you something about the environment. It shows that it's impacted. And usually in artificial habitats or stressed environmental situations, you get a lot of non-natives or the more adaptable species. So that tells you something. Not that it's no good or no, I mean, it just shows a negative aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope that answers it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Tan. Okay, I think the session for Dr. Tan here is enough. Let me wrap up some of the results from the session. So Dr. Tan is discovering this diversity of freshwater species in South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia, and then also using modern tools like DNA sequencing and PCR, and then also some study cases and research on the Batanghari Basin, peat swamps, Central Kalimantan, and then Malaysia. There's also some uniqueness, like if we find a high acidity water, we can also find miniature, generally adult-looking species, but they are so in a small size. And then we also have to talk about the conservation. That is the issue for the ornamental fish trades. And thank you very much for the opportunity and the time for Dr. Tan. And then as an honor present from us is the A certificate for you.
Okay.
Maybe the committee can show the E certificate for the Dr. Tan. Yeah, so hereby you can acquire this certificate as an honor present from us. Again, would like to say thank you very much for your time and opportunity, Dr. Tan, and I do apologize if I made some mistakes or inconvenience during this session.
No problem.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tan. Hope to see you again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much to our wonderful keynote speaker, Dr. Tan, and our moderator, Ms. Dita. We would like to thank the excellencies of our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abu El-Regal, Associated Professor Sarva Mangala Pravina, and Dr. Tan Heok Hui, and also our moderator, Mrs. Sifania Hanifah Samara, SPI MSc, Mrs. Ayulana Nafisya, SPI MSc, PhD, and Ms. Dita Wisdewati, SPI MSc.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a break time. While having a break, we will also present posters from our participants. We'll be very pleased to have all audience to have a look at the poster being presented later. To be noted, after the break, there will be oral presentations by our speakers that will be started at 1 p.m. Therefore, we expect all participants to be here again at 12:45 sharp. Now, please enjoy your break time and see you all later. Good afternoon, participants. Attention to all participants. Our event will start in 15 minutes. Attention to all participants. Our event will start in 5 minutes. Before we start back to our event, let us remind you about the guideline for InCoFiMS 2023. 1. Access to Zoom will be open 1 hour before the event starts. It is not mandatory, but please include the InCoFiMS logo in your presentation. Download and use our virtual background. Wear office or formal attire. Please mute your microphone when listening to the lecture, except when asking questions. During the Q&A session, if you have any questions, please use the chat and raise hand functions. The moderator will unmute to allow you to speak. The presenters must turn on the camera during the presentation session. For the presenter, change your name to presentation number, name, affiliation. For general participants, change your name to name and affiliation. The moderator or co-moderator will remind you when the presentation time will end.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to InCoFiMS 2023. For your information, the room for the invited speakers presentation will be divided into 4. There will be, at room 1, we have Aquaculture Technology and Fish Nutrition topics with our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Anik Martina Haryati, MSc from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. At room 2, we have Estuarine and Coastal System and Marine and Aquatic Science topics with our invited speaker, Mr. Muhammad Rahmat Gayan, SPI, MSc, PhD. At room 3, we have Fisheries Management and Fisheries Socio-Economics topics with our invited speaker, Dr. Josie South from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. And at room 4, we have fish disease topic with our invited speaker, Dr. Ince Ayu Khairana Kadria, SPI, MAGR from National Research and Innovation Agency, BREN, Indonesia. The breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topics that you're interested. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to InCoFiMS 2023. For your information, the room for invited speakers presentation will be divided into 4. There will be, at room 1, we have Aquaculture Technology and Fish Nutrition topics with our invited speakers, Professor Dr. Insinyur Anik Martina Haryati, MSc from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. At room 2, we have Estuarine and Coastal Ecosystem and Marine and Aquatic Science topics with our invited speaker, Mr. Muhammad Rahmat Royan, SPI, MSc, PhD. At room 3, we have Fisheries Management and Fisheries Socio-Economics topics with our invited speaker, Dr. Josie South from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. At room 4, we have fish disease topic with our invited speaker, Dr. Ince Ayu Khairana Kadria, SPI, MAGR from National Research and Innovation Agency, BREN, Indonesia. The breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you are interested. Thank you.
Sorry. How about
Yes.
the breakout room? For room 7 is already open because I cannot find the big room 7 on the big breakout room panel.
For the fish disease topics, they will be at room 4, ma'am.
Sorry, can I ask how to join those room 3? Thank you very much. I think not yet open. No.
Sorry, Mr. Can you repeat the question, please?
I want to enter to join the room 3. How to do
Yeah.
that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Can go to breakout room first on panel more. Then you can join the room.
Right, so I have to leave that link and then to enter special room 3, isn't it?
No.
So what should I do?
Sorry, sir. If you want to join the breakout room, you have to leave the main session of the room. So in the panel more, they have 3 dots in there. You can just go to the join breakout room and then click join from room 3, and then you enter the breakout room and leaving the main room. So if you want to come back to the main room, you just click the back to the main room. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Since I want to leave that main room. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir.
Excuse me, Marine and Aquatic Science in what room? Hello? Marine and Aquatic Science in room.
Yes, sir.
In what
Marine
room?
and Aquatic Science will be at room 2, sir.
Room 2. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. For your information, the room for the invited speakers presentation will be divided into 4. There will be, at room 1, we have Aquaculture Technology and Fish Nutrition topics with our invited speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Anik Martina Haryati, MSc, from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. At room 2, we have Estuarine and Coastal Ecosystem and Marine and Aquatic Science topic with our invited speaker, Mr. Muhammad Rahmat Royan, SPI, MSc, PhD. At room 3, we have Fisheries Management and Fisheries Socio-Economics topics with our invited speaker, Dr. Jay South from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. At room 4, we have Fish Disease topic with our invited speaker, Dr. Inca Ayu Khairana Khadria, SPI MAGR from National Research and Innovation Agency, BREN, Indonesia. Let us remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topics that you are interested. For our operator will help you if you feel trouble, as long as your name already.
To join the breakout room, you need to click 3 dots in the right bottom and choose the breakout room panel.
Three dot in right top right. What is hide non-video version? So, sorry, I cannot find that.
Our operator will guide you to join the breakout room. Thank you.
Mbak Rahina, Bukun di room 7 ya apa Mbak caranya Mbak?
Jadi Bu, nanti operatornya bantu Bukun ya.
Nah, itu saya sudah di room utama ini.
Oh iya Bu.
Room 7 bukan room 4 Mbak.
Untuk room 7-nya itu dimasukin di room 4 dulu Bu.
Oh gitu tak?
Iya.
Saya tuh dari tadi
Let me remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you are interested. Thank you. Our operator will help you if you feel trouble as long your name already as the specified format.
Let me remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you're interested. Our operator will help you if you feel trouble as long as your name already like the specified format. Thank you.
Let me remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you are interested. Our operator will help you if you feel trouble as long your name already has the specified format. Thank you.
Attention please. To Airlangga students that not doing an oral presentation, please join this event from our YouTube channel FPK UNER and feel pleased to leave this Zoom meeting. I repeat, for Airlangga student that not doing an oral presentation, please join this event from our YouTube channel FPK UNER and feel pleased to leave this Zoom meeting. Thank you very much. Attention please. For Airlangga student that not doing an oral presentation, please join this event from our YouTube channel FPK UNER and feel pleased to leave the Zoom meeting. I repeat, for Airlangga students that not doing an oral presentation, please join this event from our YouTube channel FPK UNER and feel pleased to leave this Zoom meeting. Thank you very much. Attention to everyone. To mark your attendance for the conference, please click on the following Google Form link and complete the attendance form in the chat box. This attendance list will be closed at 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Iki keblosok, ame, ini pas ono ngadus udah iki, udah mau piye?
Good afternoon, everyone. After doing invited speakers, now we go back to the breakout room for oral presentation that will be divided into 7 rooms. For room number 1, we have Aquaculture Technology. Room number 2, topic fish nutrition. Room number 3, we have Estuarine and coastal ecosystems. Room number 4, we divided into 2 rooms, A and B. We have marine and aquatic science. Room number 5, we have fisheries management. Room number 6, we have fisheries socio-economics. And room number 7, we have fish disease. For room number 4, for A, it starts from 1169 until 1198. For breakout room B, 1207 until 1283. Let me remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you are interested. Our operator will help you if you feel trouble as long your name already as the specified format. Let me remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you are interested. Our operator will help you if you feel trouble as long your name already as the specified format. For your information, room 4A and B divided into two rooms. I'm sorry, let us explain again about room 4A and room 4B. For room 4A, there will be a presentation number 1116 until 1198. And for room 4B, there will be 1207 until 1283. Let me remind you again, the breakout room already open. Please choose your own breakout room for each topic that you are interested. Our operator will help you if you feel trouble as long your name already as the specified format. Thank you.
Attention to all the participants who will do an oral presentation in room 4A. Please join the breakout room 4A now immediately. Thank you. I repeat, attention for all the participants who will do an oral presentation in room 4A. Please join the breakout room 4A now immediately. Thank you.
motion. I wonder if you hear me too. Wrapped in my arms with every moment, the memories that pull me through. You found me, made me into something new. Led me through the deepest water. I promise loud to carry on for you. To carry on for you. I'll carry on for you. You found me, made me into something new, led me through the deepest water. I promise loud to carry on for you. I'll carry on for you. Keep me running, keep me coming back to you. Hold me harder, love me like you know you do. Keep me running, keep me coming back to you. Hold me harder, love me like you know you do. You found me, made me into something new. Led me through the deepest water. I promise loud to carry on for you. Mesat ngepung luhur jauh di awan-awan, bibir kejancana bangun tayat karingran, suku narang luas rejil pematuk menyuluh, dapat tega bari hiberna tarik nuru. Saha anu bisa nyusulkan tandangna, gandang jeung tertentang payah bandingan mana. Sauyunan para pahiri-hiri, silih pikanya kehinggis bela pati, manuk dadalingan dan silokasina pria, kesakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia. sauyunan para pahiri-hiri sing litik kanyaha hinggis bela pati manuk dadali ngandung siloka sinatria kesakuna bangsa di negara Indonesia.
Miss bisa jane pengen apel ngambil duit sebenarnya Dok ya.
Rek ayo rek mlaku-mlaku neng tunjungan. Rek ayo rek rame-rame bebarengan. Cak ayo cak sapa gelem melu aku. Cak ayo cak golek kenalan cak ayu. Ngalor ngidul liwat toko ngombe motong. Masih omong nyenggol-nyenggol ati legong. Sopo ngerti nasib awak lagi muncul. Kenal anake sing ado terlalu jacingon. Cok dipikir akon podo gak duwe sangu. Cok dipikir anggere podo gelem laku. Mangan tahu aja dicampur nganggo timun. Malam minggu gak apik digawa lamun. Rek ayo rek mlaku-mlaku nang tunjungan. Rek ayo rek rame-rame bebarengan. Cak ayo cak sapa gelem melu aku. Cak ayo cak golek kenalan cak ayu. Ngalor ngidul liwat toko ngombe motong. Masih omong nyenggol-nyenggol ati legong. Sopo ngerti nasib awak lagi muncul. Kenalan anake sing ngedot dalar jacingon. Cok dipikir akon podo gak duwe sangu. Cok dipikir anggere podo gelem laku. Mangan tahu cok dicampur nganggo timun. Malam minggu agak apik digawa lamun. Malam minggu agak apik digawa lamun.
It's my baby, it's my love. Touching you slowly, love how you hold me. I was a player, that was the old me. I sent to pay for something holy. Got naked and showed me, girl, summer's been lonely, yeah. At first, I was a lari-lari, bukannya kijang, pandan tajamu di muaro.
Kami bernyanyi jotari indah, pau be hati urang nanti bo.
Ampun jo maaf, oi kami tuhunkan padodun sana ale ala tibo. Samuilah salam, oi kami ucapkan. Kami baindang dan muda-muda.
Indang kadi tarikan, sangat jawe ande ganti tangan mi. Lagulah indah kami nyanyikan, supaya sana ande si bang bangkar jula-jula. Sik si batu manikam di parjoget sorma di kotam di namangia si bang bangkar jula-jula, si bang bangkar jula-jula. Asideng asidoding, asideng asidoding didang-didang di pangadang. Molo marsi berengan, molo marsi berengan marcantusan di bagasan. Sik si batu manikam di parjoget sorma di kotam di namangia si bang bangka jula-jula, si bang bangka jula-jula. Sik si batu manikam di parjoget sorma di kotam di namangia si bang bangka jula-jula, si bang bangka jula-jula. Andor andor gotilo, andor andor gotilo, tilo tilo di kotak bulan. Paula Sobinoto, Paula Sobinoto, ula ula di berjalan. Sajauh ning panginditan satebihing leleng kahang heup di mana diri miara mulang tetep kasalira dina tetep unggal juru aya carita nu nyentuh kalbu kagagas ka bayang-bayang saban wayah mawa tenang ku endahna ku asihna numi tetep matri dina ati matak betah tu manina nu dijunjung
Sajojo, Sajojo, you nampo mi sebab panas samuna muna keke, samuna keke. Sajojo, Sajojo, you nampo mi sebab panas samuna muna keke, samuna keke. Kusarai, kusaserai, rai. Kusarai, kusaserai, rai. Yunam go mikimne piasore, piasa sore. Yunam go mikimne piasore, piasa sore. Sajojo, Sajojo, you nampo mi sebab panas samuna keke, samuna keke. Sajojo, Sajojo, you nampo mi sebab panas samuna keke, samuna keke. Kusarai, kusaserai, rai. Kusarai, kusaserai, rai. Yunam go mikimne piasore, piasa sore. Yunam go mikimne piasore, piasa sore.
Patokaan matego gorokan sayang si patokaan matego gorokan sayang sako mangemo tanaman jauh mangemo milelek lako sayang sako mangemo tanaman jauh mangemo milelek lako sayang. patokaan, matego-tego gorokan. Sayang, sayang, sayang si patokaan, matego-tego gorokan. Sayang, sako mangemo tanaman jauh, mangemo milelek lako. Sayang, sako mangemo tanaman jauh.
Yamko rambe yamko aronawa kombe. Hey, yamko rambe yamko aronawa kombe. Teminang kibi kumba moko bombeko yumano bungo awe ade. Teminang kibi kumba moko bombeko yumano bungo awe ade. Honke honke, honke riro, honke jombe, jombe riro. Honke honke, honke riro, honke jombe, jombe riro. Hey, yamko rambe yamko, aronawa kombe. Hey, yamko rambe yamko, aronawa kombe. Teminang kibira kumba moko bombeko yumano bungo awe ade. Teminang kibira kumba moko bombeko yumano bungo awe ade. Honke honke, honke riro, honke jombe, jombe riro. Honke honke, honke riro, honke jombe, jombe riro. Yamko rambe yamko aronawa kombe. Hey, yamko rambe yamko aronawa kombe. Teminang kibira kumba moko bombeko yumano bungo awe ade. Teminang kibi kumba moko bombeko yumano bungo awe ade. Honke honke, honke riro, honke jombe, jombe riro. 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 Honke honke, honke riro, honke jombe, jombe riro.
Adik-adik, sekarang King Min mau jadi kodok. Denger ya.
Tanya bincang.
Sang Bango, Sang Bangau, kenapa?
Lagu lama ya Tuhan dari Jakarta. Saya menyanyi ya Tuhan memang sengaja untuk menghibur hati nan duka. Burung dara, burung merpati, terbang cepat ya Tuhan tiada tara. Bilalah kita ya Tuhan suka menyanyi, badanlah sehat ya Tuhan, hati gembira. Oh, pa, parirara pa, parirara pa 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 pa. Oh, buah mangga enak rasanya. Si mana lagi ya Tuhan paling ternama? Siapa saja ya Tuhan rajin bekerja, pasti menjadi warga berguna. Burung dara, burung merpati, terbang cepat ya Tuhan tiada tara. Bilalah kita ya Tuhan suka menyanyi, badanlah sehat ya Tuhan, hati gembira. Oh, pa, parirara
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to the next agenda that we've been waiting for, which is this awarding session. In this session, we will announce one best speaker of every topic and one best poster. Without wasting any time, let's start the awarding session.
So I'm gonna start with the best presenter of fish disease topic. This topic is awarded to congratulations Farid Azhar from University Mataram.
Okay, next is the best presenter for the Fisheries Socio-Economics topic. The winner is Hakim Miftahul Huda from BREN.
Yay, congrats. Then, next to the best presenter from the sixth topic, which is Fisheries Management, the winner is, congratulations, Mr. Bobby Muslimin from BREN.
Next, for the best presenter for the Marine and Aquatic Science topic, for A is a congratulations for Mr. Tumpak Sidabutar, and B is congratulations for Mrs. Alicia Dinda.
Next, best presenter from the third topic, which is Estuarine and Coastal Ecosystem. The winner is congratulations, Mr. Sujantoko Mahmud Mustain, Gede Manik Aryadata Narendra from 1200.
From ITS.
Okay, from ITS. Congrats.
Next is the best presenter for the fish nutrition topic. The winner is Marina Ahmad from Unhas.
For the winner, from the best poster is nominated to Congratulations, best poster for Fitri Nawangwulan from Universitas Pajajaran.
Okay, so the winner of the best presenter of the topic Aquaculture Technology, the winner is Mrs. Ajeng Nur Indra from University of Airlangga.
Yay, congratulations once more to the best presenter and poster creator. And to all of you who has not been nominated, keep your heads up to the sky and keep believing in yourself. There is always another chance.
For the closing remark, we invite the Vice Dean of the Research and International Cooperation of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga, Dr. Sabto Andriono, SPI MT. This remark also marked an end to the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2023. To Dr. Sabto, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC, Hangis, and another MC, I'm sorry, the name. First of all, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Vice Dean, and also lecturer here, and also our student also joined this conference, and excellency of the participant from another university, both in domestic or international participant. Thank you so much for joining this conference, and I'm very deliver gratitude to all of you participants to make this conference successful. And until 4:20 this afternoon, still around 100, more than 100 participants still join, and I think hopefully almost a day we have a very nice and very meaningful, fruitful discussion in all many topics from aquaculture and then marine science, which hopefully have a beneficial to all participants in new insight and then new finding from your research will be benefit for the developing of the fisheries and marine science in Indonesia. Thank you so much for the all committee member, which very tough to conduct this conference, and all the committee still stay in the campus. Thank you so much, and also participant still join in this conference, and also I also delivered. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the winner, both poster and the oral presentation. Hopefully you join in the next our conference in the same conference next year. Thank you so much, and officially this conference closed. Thank you so much. Back to the MC Hanges and Rayhana. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Sabto with the closing remark. Being an end, also it marks our end to the 6th International Conference on Fisheries and Marine Science 2023.
As the master of ceremony, we would also like to say thank you for your participation and willingness to be here from the very start until now. To be noted by all the participants, the certificate will be sent to your personal email by our committee very soon. I hope that we all had a mesmerizing experience today, and we are sorry for any inconvenience that we unintentionally made. It was such a beautiful experience for us to be master of ceremony to all of you, and we very much hope to see you again in the 7th InCoFiMS 2024.
Thank you very much, all of you, committee.
Thank you so much, Bapak.
Thank you
Sudah
so
boleh
much.
sudah boleh live ya. Terima
Uh,
kasih ya
it's
semuanya.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are Hangesa and
Thank you, Pak Sabto.
bye.
Terima
Welcome.
kasih.
Yeah.
Thank you for everyone.
See you next year, inshallah.
Thank you.
Izin live ya.
Ya, makasih Mbak.
Yeah.
Terima
Mbak
kasih.
Ayu.
Makasih.
Ya, Mas Sasi, Mas Sabto.
Ye,
Izin live.
ye, terima kasih.
Salam buat Pak Abdul Manan. Terima
Oh,
kasih.
sama-sama Mbak Ice. Ye.
Pak Bu Woro, terima kasih juga. Semuanya,
Ye,
terima kasih
sama.
panitia. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.